Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Faith in Despair. Today, we're just going to play the game. I think I'm just going to play it 6 times, once for each starter deck. And if we find any fixes, any problems, then we will hopefully also find any fixes, for these problems. There's a new bug report today where the person actually said that they have very few FPS. In their own words, 7 FPS. I don't know how they counted it. But it seems to be a German player, and it seems to be on Linux. Linux Steam runtime. So this is on Steam Deck, right? If I play this on my Steam Deck, I do have a lot more than 7 FPS. So maybe it's looking like this person has a... Maybe it was updating at the same time, I don't know. But I can play the current game, the current version of this game. That's fine. Exit Steam. No, stay, whatever. I can play the current version of this game on Steam Deck with more than 7 FPS. It is actually running good. Also, how did this person run it on Steam Deck and then press F8? I guess it was on... Maybe they connected the keyboard. Or they were in desktop mode. I don't know. If they were in desktop mode, then that's not a good idea. You should probably not do that. I don't know. But this is not something I can fix. It seems like a system bug. Or a system issue. Maybe it was installing something on the side. Maybe it was downloading something. I don't know. But very few FPS. It's not something I can fix. Hello, Rendepunk. Good to see you in Bongo Cat again. Yeah, I've been missing Bongo Cat again. Good to see you too. There's a bug report which stated that yesterday I was able to play the game normally. Today it was only 7 FPS on the main screen. Well, again, I don't really know what happened, but apparently it is running on Linux Steam runtime. So I think it's on the Steam Deck, right? 7, yeah. In words, because, you know, it's not clear enough. Could be a typo. Thank you for the clarification. No, but it is obviously running on Steam Deck, right? If it says Linux 6.8 Steam runtime, whatever, that looks like Steam Deck to me. But I'm running it on Steam Deck. It has a lot more than 7 FPS. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Also, if it worked yesterday, maybe today Steam Deck was updating something in the background. Maybe Steam Deck was doing something in the background. And let's continue the detective work. If you submit this bug report, you have to press F8. You cannot do that on the Steam Deck unless you either have a keyboard attached or you're running it in desktop mode, right? Desktop mode. So if you're playing this in desktop mode on the Steam Deck and then you're having low FPS, maybe you're also having a browser running at the same time. I don't know. Maybe something else was going on. Steam Deck only has a very low resolution, yes. Steam Deck resolution is very low. I mean, it says right here, I know, but I just want to clarify. This is the native resolution. So I'm not sure if this is it could be this resolution, but maybe it does the OLED screen. Let's check out the OLED screen. Because I think... no, I'm not interested. Oh, it is the same resolution. Yeah, okay. Well, anyway. I don't know. Maybe this is wrong information. I have no idea. Guten Tag, Ledwig. Mr. Task Beenden is in chat. The one and only. Yeah, it is a very low resolution, which is also why if you play Faith in Despair on the Steam Deck, the fonts are very small. I mean, they are very small anyway, because it's a small screen. But you might have troubles seeing the cards sometimes. But that's okay. I think I can read it. I'm over 40 years old. I can play it on Steam Deck, so I will have... I don't want to hear any arguments. This guy got a bit trolling. Look, I'm sure he has a legitimate reason for posting this. It is a German, because this is written in German. The menu is in German, so I'm an Austrian, and maybe it was an Austrian. I don't know. But this sounds very German to me, you know, because they complain a lot. Anyway, we are going to play the game today. I'm sorry, Task. Didn't mean it. Didn't mean it. I'm a huge fan of my German friends. Love Rotten Melody. Yes. Okay, today we're going to... What the hell? Bongo has lost the connection to the Steam server. Alright. Bongo always needs to phone home. It's fine. I think it's because Steam Deck... Oh my god, yeah. Steam Deck signed out. Is this going to be a problem with Bongo Cat now? Now we don't complain at all? Yeah, I will, yeah. Nobody sign in, please. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at this because I don't wanna have a problem with Bongo Cat. You know? Steam, copy password, login, remember me. I always really like when the form says remember me. It's like a after you die, remember me. Do you think this form will remember me when I'm dead? I don't think so. Okay, Steam account, access to my computer. Yes. The things I do to keep Bongo Cat running, I'm telling you. Okay, Bongo Cat is happy now, I hope. That's everything that it needs. Okay, today, as I said, I'm just going to play the game. I'm gonna play through all of the 6 starter decks. Don't worry about spoilers, it's not really that much of a spoiler. And then if we find a problem, for example 7 frames per second, then we will fix it. Hopefully. Let's start with... Also, yesterday I've finished the soundtrack, so everything is done. And you're currently listening to the final version of the soundtrack. So I can also like hear if there are any errors in the soundtrack. Because everything is already set up for submitting it to CD Baby. Also, why do I have to always do this? Thank you very much, Recapture. I don't know what motorcycles look like. The soundtrack is set up and ready for submission, which means if this is showing no signs of any errors, then we can submit the soundtrack as well for Spotify and whatever. Yeah, that's the current state of things. So I'm just going to play it 6 times. I'm just gonna start with the healer and see what happens. I assume nothing will happen because this game is obviously it's obviously perfect. But yeah, how is your day, Taskband, and how is your day, Renderpunk? What are you doing? What have you been doing? Are you happy that it's Friday? I must say I'm happy that it's Friday. However, with every day passing, we are 1 step closer to launch. I'm not that anxious actually. I'm actually today I'm kind of relieved. I'm kind of calm already. But I wanna make maybe 1 more trailer. And this is going to be the focus of my weekend, I guess. Lefo is also in chat, the creator of this card right here, of this art on the cards. The artist is in. Happy Friday, everybody. Yes, indeed. Lefo is nervous? Oh no. If Lefo is nervous, then we cannot change anything. Anyway. So far it's looking good. We don't have any errors. There is going to be a Twitch streamer streaming it on November the 12th. And there's going to be a YouTube video from a YouTuber with over 800,000 subscribers. It's going to be insane. Yeah, I'm also unsure as to how it's going to be received, but we will see. It's a huge uncertainty. But I look more forward to the negative reviews so I can improve. Yeah, I mean, the negative reviews that have come in was only from 1 guy in the demo. And he basically was just frustrated that he lost against the charm boss because he put a creature down and then his creature got charmed and he probably rage quitted the game and he was like, oh my god, RNG is not supposed to be in a roguelike deck builder. I don't care about this game. Wah, wah, wah. I'm also a game developer. I'm also working on a roguelike deck builder. I just have never released one. But this seems really out of unnecessary. So I don't know. I think the boss actually hit him in the ego. that's what happened, I guess. I got stuck in ads. I just saw Winamp and then got taken away. Well, my day is okay so far, as good as it can be. Okay. I just never released one. Yeah. It's but you know, the negative reviews there. But I think that players on Steam, they are intelligent, actually, like most of them, I guess. So when they see a negative review like that, they're like, wait a minute. I think this is a clown. Oh, wait a minute. I think I spotted a clown right there. So maybe it's not the game's fault. You can even add an update or DLC for hard mode. Yeah, I can. Lufo, we need to work on your spelling. I don't know, are you typing are you typing with your S on your mobile phone? I don't know what is happening with your sentences. Or maybe you are typing with your stylus. maybe you're painting your sentences. I mean, that is very artist-like. Bad game, took me 40 hours to beat tutorial 1 star. Exactly, yeah. Also, hi Prosto, how is it going in the bushes? It is very autumn-like in the bushes right now. Yeah, it's like when you cannot beat a boss. I mean, it says boss fight. What do you expect? And even replied to this guy, and I said, well, the boss is supposed to charm you. That is not, you know, that's what bosses do. They're kind of an ass. And he's like, oh, then maybe he didn't get the memo or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, this is a boss fight. I don't know. And then he said, yeah, but the first few fights, they were so boring. And I was like, yeah, it's because it was the first run, which has an onboarding built in. The first few fights are supposed to be easy, you know? It's not like... Yeah, anyway. You're speaking my language, man. Yeah, there we go. Okay, you have already found somebody who likes it. I might actually die here. I hope I'm not dying. Yeah, I'm actually dying. Okay. Doesn't understand ramp. Well, he's a game developer, so he should understand ramp. I mean, to be fair, if you play the tutorial, the first few fights are really designed to just show you the game. So they are not, like, almost no challenge. And when the boss comes around, it's like, yeah, now you are charmed. But there's another counterpoint to this. I was showing off this game at Game City here in Vienna in Austria. And there were so many people playing the game for this first time, the tutorial. And some of them beat the game even though they had completely set up the cards wrong, like this. Like, if you put a card like this, then it doesn't even get triggered. And they still made it past the boss. The boss is hard-coded in the tutorial. So the boss with charm, some people just winged it. They're like, yeah, whatever. And if this person in the Steam review cannot do that, well, I have bad news for you. Maybe you should go back to coding. I don't know. Maybe that's what you're supposed to do. And also, what you can do with Steam reviews like that, you can check out the other Steam reviews that this person has written. And you know what? They are all negative. It's like negative, 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 negative. So I feel like this person is just frustrated. I don't know. It just, you always have to see it from both sides. But a negative review like that can actually hurt your game. So if you're getting a lot of grumpy game devs like that, that can actually be a problem. I don't know. We will see. But other than that, I think it's going to be fine, to be honest. Bush is cozy. I have Coco and anxiety here. Also cats. Too many cats. Having less cats would be better even. How many cats do you have? And what is the perfect number of cats, do you think? I think the perfect number of cats is 2. I honestly think that's true, because one cat is not cat enough. And because then I think like one cat is always lonely or whatever, and then it gets into this weird thing where I think they kind of feel like humans are also cats and whatever. I don't know, it gets into a weird territory. But if there are two cats, they can keep the cat language going, whatever. And much more than two, oh my god. Well, if you feed them after midnight, they multiply. Did you know that? You should not feed them after midnight. That's not something that you should do. Too much more than two. Okay. Yeah, to be honest, I feel like more than two is crazy, because two is already a lot of chaos. But after, you know, getting more than two cats, it's like you've opened the portal to hell, is what I'm thinking. Because then it's like, oh yeah, this cat is sleeping, this cat is sleeping, but there's always one cat that is awake and causing mayhem. So after two, it's like, maybe maybe it's a little bit too much, I don't know. Honestly, I don't understand people who have so many cats. It's a mystery to me. I'm sometimes already overwhelmed with just two cats. And we now only have one cat because one of them died earlier in the year, like in January. Unfortunately, but it is still overwhelming, like just having one cat. Every day just contains all hours that after midnight hours. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just don't feed your cats after midnight. They will multiply. Are you on track of your to-do list, or are you feeling comfortable to release? I'm actually, yes, I think I'm comfortable with release. Like if you check out my list, yesterday I finished the soundtrack. You're actually listening to the final version of the soundtrack, unless I'm hearing any errors, but I don't think I will. So yesterday I went through the whole soundtrack. I made separate files for each of the tracks, and I made sure that it's nice to listen to and whatever. And I made the final exports, you know, the WAV files and the FLAC files and whatever, and I uploaded it to the Steam DLC and whatever. But I mean, if you look at the list, it is a lot still on my list, and even after this, it would still not be finished, if I'm honest. So at some point, you just have to say, okay, this is the release, and everything else can come after launch. I don't know. But so far, I'm actually quite happy with where it is. I feel like there could still be some additional 3D objects on the table, which I'm gonna add after launch. For example, I wanna add a certain background when you upgrade a card, and I also wanna add a background for the journal, like an actual book on a table. My brother just said, are you able to add staggering to draw? What is staggering? Unfortunately, you can't just throw excessive cats in the trash bin. I mean, you can. I mean, you should not do that. No, that's not what you do. That's not what we do. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like I'm in a good place. Wishlist could be more. At the moment, I have 3,200 wishlists. That could be much more, but to be honest, at this point, I'm not chasing wishlists. I'm chasing sales. And how do you chase sales? With a good product, and I hope this is a good product. I think that Steam Next Fest actually showed that some people really like it, so that is good, and I'm counting on that word of mouth, basically. So we will see. As for my anxiety, it goes up and down, to be honest, because at the moment while I'm playing this, I'm feeling okay. Yesterday in the evening, when my wife played it, I was also kind of okay. But when I think about changing the code or whatever, or like refactoring something, then I feel a little bit anxious. I'm like, okay, I will not do this right now. I will not do this. I will just cruise for the next week. I will just test it, and if any errors come up, then I will fix it. And actually, after this playtest today, I'm gonna release one more build, and this will hopefully be the final build, I don't know. But I'm gonna push it today, because then I still have like 3 or 4 days for any other errors to pop up, because there are still actually people who play the game. So this will give me an opportunity to fix the last few things before launch. And I hope it will be fine. But yeah, this is also the reason why I'm playing it today on stream. Because I want to see if there are any bugs remaining, any obvious bugs or any soft locks or whatever. And then I will push it after the stream. And then, as I said, people have shown that it reminds them of Dark Souls. That's really cool. It's really cool that you mentioned that, because first of all, it is inspired by Elden Ring. I don't know if you've seen this before, Lifo, but this is actually, like, all of the colors are based on this one screenshot of Elden Ring. So this screenshot is what I took like 2.5 years ago when I started making this game. And then I distilled the screenshot down into the individual colors. And these are the colors that I'm still using in the game right now. So this is actually the color palette from this Elden Ring screenshot. And the guy who I hired for the marketing outreach, for the press and whatever, he actually had this in the title. This is the Dark Souls of roguelike deck builders. And why did we do that? Because I think it was 1 year ago, I actually sent this game to a professional game tester. And this was one of her comments. She said, "Congratulations, you made the Dark Souls of roguelike deck builders." And that is so cool to hear, because again, Elden Ring was a huge inspiration for this. Not only the colors, but also the UI and stuff. And the simplicity of the UI. Yesterday I saw a video on YouTube about Valve changing their catalog and algorithm and stuff for pushing more indie games and stuff. What? Let me check this out. Oh, I have seen the thumbnail, but I haven't seen the video yet. You're missing 99% of games. Steam needs to work. Marketing, your library becomes the algorithm. What actually changes? Okay, let's take a look. What actually changes if it wants to load? Ultimately what? Okay, let's give it a few more. Today's story is about buying. Okay. Let's check it out.
Here, where it's all about new games from this month, games from this week, upcoming games that are tailored to your interests. It's less about hidden gems or old games, and for good reason. Like you guys have been telling us all year, you don't know about new games whenever
I don't know if I want to play it more or less after you mentioned that.
they come out, and that means you're not even getting the chance to buy them.
The game is not that hard. That is what I think. Faith in Despair is not that hard. It just requires a bit of reading.
They're just getting
that is hard.
Into the background radiation of Steam, and that serves nobody, not even Valve. Developers don't get enough sales to survive. They can't work on their next project.
So,
guess what that means? There's no new game to be published on Steam, and you may even miss a piece of art that could define this year of your
okay, I should watch the full. I think
flaws of the system. Yeah,
I thought this was the summary, but I guess I need to read the fulls. I can read the AI generated video summary. Wave's new Steam feature analyzes your gaming habits to suggest relevant titles. This personalized calendar. Oh, it's about the personalized calendar. Yeah. Okay. See, I saw the personal calendar. That's really good. Why was this never mentioned here? A lot of us have massive backlogs of games to play, have no interest in paying $60 for unfinished games, actively distrust the marketing, and will not waste their money without reviews or personal recommendation. Yeah. That is a huge deal. And that is why I think indie games are popping off right now. There was a blog post that I saw from How to Market Your Game. And he said the following. The optimistic view that indie games are in a golden age right now. Because he says that when you can make games quickly for people who actually want a specific kind of genre, then you can actually make it really big. Like, for example, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, whatever. DS type games is something you should either play with all dedication or don't open at all. I mean, so again, this game was designed so that you can play it after a long day at work to relax a little bit. So it is, I don't think it's that hard. You just have to play it like once or twice and then you will get the hang of it, right? So I don't think it is actually that hard as a Dark Souls. It is not actually the Dark Souls of roguelike deck builders. it just feels that way because of the ambience and stuff. I think that is what she also said. Are you able to change the poison to a more toxic green, different to a healer green? Because you had two purples clashing? No, that's not what I can do. Minimal requirements, reading comprehension, 300 megabit of free space. I mean, you think I should add this to the description of on the Steam page? I don't know if that is insulting or not. 300 megabyte of brain space needed sounds a little much, to be honest. He talked earlier about a big game spending more on ads than development. You know what? That is actually something that I'm seeing in the indie space as well. There's a game called Fantasy World Manager. And I know this person because he is an Austrian, so I see him all the time in the PGD, in the Austrian Game Dev Discord. And they're spending 500 euros a day on ads. 500 euros a day. Because they're spending it on Reddit ads. And they are currently getting so many wishlists, but the problem is that the wishlists are costing them 50 cents, like 1.50 euros per wishlist. And that is crazy. So I think this is, I mean, if you can, I think they're selling it for 15 euros. But that is I mean, you know, anything in business is taking a risk, right? But they are also spending a lot on ads, and that is one thing that you can do on Steam, because if you spend a lot on ads, then you get a lot of wish lists, and then you get into the popular upcoming, which means you're in the Steam system. So that is one way to game the system. It is a little bit pay to win in that regard, I guess. So I was also thinking about that. But you know, I'm also part of the problem. I also paid influencers chunks of money, so they do the marketing for me. I don't know, marketing is huge. Marketing is a huge part of the budget. My marketing would be, what? What would your marketing be, Prosto? Just, I made a game, you can play it here. Yeah, I mean, that's good. You can just, you know, hide in the bushes and then be the talking bush. You could make a darker harder mode. You just right inspired it. Yeah, I mean, sure. There is a hard mode. The hard mode is when you play a deck and then add all of the atonements. This is hard mode. This is the hard mode that you can personalize. If you play with all of the atonements and you win, I might, you know, I'm actually impressed. I'm actually impressed. Probably it would be written on a piece of cardboard and tied to some random tree. Alright, that sounds, I mean, that sounds good. That's a zero budget marketing plan right there. And there would be a hired raccoon standing near and pointing on the sign. That sounds really, really good. A hired raccoon standing near it and pointing on the sign. Does anyone know where to hire a raccoon, by the way? That is actually really, really cool, yeah. You might be onto something. I had the idea yesterday at night because once again I could not sleep. I had an idea that I could probably also use the giant board that I have, because I have a giant banner from Game City. I don't know if you remember this. Game City. I don't know if there is a. Yeah, there is. Okay, so I have this giant board, and I was actually thinking about taking this giant board because it is not very, it doesn't weigh a lot, and just going to the St. Stephen Cathedral and just putting it there. I don't know, it sounds like a bit of a guerrilla marketing, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, a raccoon, hiring a raccoon for that sounds really nice. I would probably buy it after that. Put it at a Walmart? Yeah, exactly. I'm on to 3 pills of Valaria and 2 cups of cocoa. Wow. Holy crap, 3 pills of Valaria and 2 cups of cocoa? So you also cannot sleep, I guess? Is that what you're saying? Maybe that's all cocoa, I don't know. Okay. Strap it onto a backpack and run through Vienna. Yeah, that might be on a backpack it might be a little bit too big, but that's a good idea, yeah. I should do something crazy. I don't know. I don't know if I feel crazy on Wednesday, but you know, the ideas are there. You may need magnesium to sleep. I'm actually eating magnesium. Like I have these small packets of magnesium that I'm eating once a day. I don't know how much is in there. There's a lot. Like there's a daily dosage for an adult. So yeah, I think that's it. You know why I lost early? I think the boss is just too hard. Oh no, this game is too RNG. I'm not gonna play it. Print a little sticker and put it on your car with a QR code. Yeah, that's the good part. If I only had a car. I don't have a car anymore. I sold it. I sold it because in Vienna looking for a parking space is like playing a Dark Souls game. Yeah, that is actually the unfortunate truth. So I sold my car because Vienna is running out of parking space. It is actually really hard to get a parking space, especially during the mornings and during the evenings. So if you ever want to go to Vienna and hope for a parking space, don't do it in rush hours, man. It's crazy. Sometimes I toss like 10 of them. Holy crap. Parking please gamble? Yeah, it is. You know there are apps for this where you can actually see where there's maybe a free parking spot. I think it's even called Park Buddy or whatever. But even then it's crazy. And if it's like 8 p.m. or something, and you're like at one time, I was driving in a circle for 1 hour to find a parking spot. And you can see how desperate people get because they're parking like almost on top of each other at this point. And you're like, yeah, I completely understand. At some point, you just want to leave the car where it is and just go to sleep. just leave it there. You probably didn't notice, man, but I have a very rare eye disorder. Alright, no, I didn't notice. I did not notice. I mean, you said that you are having color blindness, right? This is weak stuff, basically Hava pills. I don't know if it's even doing something. So Prosto, you're also having trouble sleeping, right? And you're trying Valeriani or whatever, and that is helping, or what? For me, I don't know if it's because I'm close to launch. Usually I don't have trouble sleeping, but at the moment it's like when I go to bed, then my mind keeps racing and giving me ideas on what I can do, like for marketing, for trailers, for whatever. And you know, my brain just works overtime, and I'm like, stop brain, we need to sleep. And you know, telling your brain to sleep doesn't help. That only makes it worse. I'm just glad that I'm in a position that I can work on this game almost full time, so it's okay. I can pick my daily hours. But yeah, visual no syndrome. I've conditioned my brain to sleep with listening to a certain show. All right, yeah, that works. For me, I just need silence. I need silence and almost darkness, and I don't know what helps. Usually, it's just that my brain likes to come up with ideas when I'm in bed, and then I'm like, okay, this seems like a good idea. Do I really want to, you know, turn on my tablet or whatever and then record it? And then, but then it's like this inner fight of, do I want to take a note of this, or do I want to keep it in my head? And then if it survives, then good. And if it doesn't survive in my head until next day, then it wasn't a good idea anyway. But most of the time, I just, you know, take the note, and then it frees my brain. But then the next idea comes, and it's like, okay, sure, what else do you have for me at this hour? How did you get it? Used to be a big thing theory, now it's my hero. Born this way? Okay. Born this way? You know what? That sounds actually badass. I'm born this way. I'm not eating them to become sleepy, no, I'm eating them to prevent cups from flying into walls. You prevent cups from flying into walls? It almost sounds like a horror movie. This is why I got a drawing book next to me at bed too. Alright, yeah, I mean, to me that is the solution usually, because then the idea is out of my head and I don't have to worry about you know, losing the idea or whatever. And then it's just like, yeah, can I sleep now? Can we sleep now, brain? Is that it? And then my brain is like, actually, there's another idea I had. And I'm like, okay, what is it this time? What is it this time, brain? And it's like, you could do this and you could also do that. Like, yeah, sure, I could do that. Let me let me call my manager. And then I'm like, oh, I'm the manager. Shit. It is why I gotta draw. Yeah, you should Google it. We'll probably be like, wow, okay. I will Google it. So visual snow syndrome. Give me that. It's a chronic neurological condition characterized by persistent visual disturbances, primarily a constant static or snow of tiny flickering dots throughout the visual field. Holy crap. It is often accompanied by other symptoms like after images, light sensitivity, poor night vision, and sometimes tinnitus, migraines, and dizziness. You won the lottery on this one, huh? The underlying cause is not fully understood. I mean, but it is thought to involve a problem with how the brain processes visual information. I see. So that is how you became an artist. It's like, oh, I need to use this as a superpower. I can do art. I see things. You should look at the side by side. Oh my god. So you don't even know what the normal world looks like. It's always like this. ADHD, brains A. Maybe, you know, I don't really self-diagnose, but I might be on the spectrum. I don't know. I did a few tests and I did a lot of research, but it's like let's not get into that. Maybe I will try to get a diagnosis at some point. I actually reached out to a doctor for a diagnosis because the doctor lives right across the street, and I'm like, oh, this is a sign. maybe I should reach out. You know, I just sent an email over there. But you know what happened? I never got a reply. So I guess that's it. There is a hallucinogen persisting perception disorder. Okay. My spectrum may be half of that. I'm not on the terrible. Okay. HPPD? What is HPPD? Sounds almost like a web protocol. Yeah, me being an artist is kind of odd choice. I have ADHD, yes. Alright. After I started taking the meds, that's legit when my professional work started. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it seems like a lot of programmers and artists and stuff like that are on some kind of spectrum. And I feel like that is why I'm saying that usually it's a superpower, because that means that I do not see it as a defect or whatever. I see it as a superpower. And that is also what the Primagen said. There was a recent video that I saw of Primagen. What is it called? Primagen. Julia. There was a video where he talked about his habits. Losing bad habits. Where he also talks about his ADHD and his addiction to pornography and stuff. It was a really good video. I actually met the Primagen at TwitchCon EU, and he was such a nice person. I wish I could meet him again or talk to him normally. But this video, this is really, really good. After, to me it kind of sucks. Alright, it's like I'm LeFou without the meds. Then I'm LeFou 2 or LeFou with the meds. It's not like you are you. That is what I heard from many people here. Once they take, for example, antidepressants or whatever. I actually have a game dev friend who is actually diagnosed with autism, and he tried to combat it with pills and stuff and medication, but he was also saying, yeah, you become a totally different person and you're kind of not in control of yourself anymore, so it's really weird. So he stopped taking medication and kind of accepted himself for what he is. And I think that is actually what also helps me. I know that, for example, I'm not good with authority. I'm not good with people telling me what to do. That is why when people suggest something for the game, I really have to internalize that, okay, this is a suggestion, this is not something you have to do. But I also have this hyper focus. For example, yesterday I started working at 10 a.m. and stopped working on the soundtrack at like 8 p.m. So it was, I don't even know how many hours that is, but the full day I was focused on wrapping up the soundtrack, and I think it is a superpower. You can't just use it for good, and that is what also Primergen says in the video. It is a really good one. Primergen has ADHD and has had problems with addiction and stuff. So yeah, definitely watch this video if you wanna see what he says about all of this. I took a stronger stuff before and you're like, it's fucked, yeah. It is so interesting because on the one hand, you want to feel like a normal human being, but then again, what is a normal human being? Imagine if the whole planet was on the spectrum. Like, kinda everybody is on kind of a little bit on the spectrum, maybe, I don't know. But imagine the whole planet having autism, you know, like heavy autism. Then the world would look totally different. It is actually insane. And so if you think about it from that perspective, maybe being normal doesn't mean anything. You just have to try and accept yourself for who and what you are. The world would be more advanced. Yeah, maybe we would all be living on Mars already. But the other thing is that I think people, like if more people would understand what people on the spectrum are going through or how they are seeing the world, it would actually help in certain situations. For example, if you're trying to get a job or whatever, or if you are in all kinds of social events. Because I, for example, I have a huge problem with losing control. And that is why I don't take drugs, I don't drink alcohol. I try to stay away from all kinds of things that make you addicted. Like I had a porn problem, I got over it. Thankfully, that took a lot of time. I was addicted to probably, you know, social media and stuff like that. But in the year 2010 or whatever, it was one of the worst times of my life. This addiction of mine that really tracked me down, and I didn't understand that it was an addiction because, well, society just said everybody does it, right? And I'm like, okay, so if everybody does it, why do I feel like shit afterwards? Why do I have a tendency for being addicted? And then, yeah, you slowly start to realize, oh, okay, that is why. We need to go through that shit kind of meds, yeah. The world would be more advanced if I'm being me. Yeah, okay, I mean, if you're fine being you, that is I mean, you're one step ahead of other people who are still trying to find it, right? Have you watched Equilibrium? I have, yeah. It is actually, I think it was a really good movie because... no, it's a movie, it's not... yeah. I assume you mean this one, right? The funny thing about this one is that it feels like a Matrix movie. I don't know. I still remember watching it. I'm like, oh, this looks like the Matrix. And it kind of, you know, has the same vibe, I guess. Even the movie poster looks very Matrix. Christian Bale, yes, indeed. In einer Zukunft, in der Frieden ohne Gesetze werden die Gesetze uns halten. Yeah. No, I feel like this was a good movie. It kind of got overlooked. I would say, I don't know. But yeah, this was a good one. But if you... It just reminds me of when people tried to cure gay people. You know, it is just with electroshocks and whatever. It's like, well, wait a minute. You cannot just... If you're trying to fix that, then you're changing the person, you know? It's completely... I don't know. And also, what does it mean, fix a person? What does a fixed person even mean? What is the default human supposed to be like? Is there even such a thing? And I don't think there is. I don't know if you're a born gay or whatever. I don't know what that means. It's just that you cannot fix something that you innately feel or are in your heart, right? And that's the same as being on the spectrum or whatever. You cannot just Like when your parents don't understand that you are not normal or whatever, that you are neurotypical, not neurotypical, neurodivergent, and your parents are like, well, don't be like that then. And it's like, it's not, I cannot just turn it off or whatever, you know? That's not how it goes. That's not how it works. But people don't understand that because sometimes they're also from a different upbringing and they are not used to having the option to say, yeah, well, I'm different. It is a good movie. I need to watch some more movies again. Like the last one that I watched was the remake of I'm Gonna Die Again because I'm not taking. Oh, yeah, I'm actually gonna die again. That's unfortunate. A friend of mine told me that we are all born bisexual. I cannot say if that's true or not, but I will say that it depends on a lot of the people around you that you grew up with. For example, if let's take me for example. I grew up in a town or whatever where it was you know, you have to be a man and do X and Y and Z, otherwise you're not a man. And I'm like, okay, so for example, you're not a man if you don't watch porn. So what does that turn into? Well, if you're getting addicted to certain things so that it can actually ruin your life. Stuff like that. Also, people have an identity crisis when they are a man and they cannot drink alcohol. It's like, oh, drinking alcohol, having a nice car, and watching sports in the evening with a bottle of beer. That is your identity. All right. But why is it your identity? Well, maybe because your friends, all of your family or whatever, to them, you are only accepted if you do this kind of thing, if you are playing this role. And so for survival, you're taught that you need to do all of these things. And then if you don't do all of these things, then you're having an identity crisis. Because maybe your brain will be like, well, if you don't do these things, you don't belong to the group, and then you will die. You will actually, get thrown out of the group or not accepted anymore. A friend of mine, yeah, she was hippie-ish person, loved nudism and funny rooms. All right. Children copy what they see and get told this is getting the normal state. Yeah, exactly. And then you have this baseline. I think it's like in the first few years, right? Where their identity forms based on the things that they experience from the outside world or what they are given from their parents. As you said, they copy things. And then it's like, this is their identity now, but how deep-rooted is it? Can you still change things after this point? And probably not. But you're probably not born with certain things. I think that some things are actually taught to you as a child based on your surroundings. But I would say that's that's a difficult topic. Let's see if we can actually win this time. I just remember that, especially for pornography, everybody around me was watching it. Like, it was actually insane. And I think that is a huge problem. I think there's a huge problem that people just don't talk about. And when I recently had a talk about dopamine, about why games are fun, I actually talked about this. We always get existential here on Mother's Chief stream. Yeah, exactly. And the reason why I think it is a problem is because it gives you, first of all, it gives you the same amount of dopamine as drugs, as for example methamphetamine. And then if you're high on dopamine or whatever, the world becomes a grayer place. You don't see the colors anymore, you don't see the trees anymore for what they are, how beautiful the world is. It's not as difficult as you think. Never your game is too fucking hard. That's not true. I just have streamer brain. But yeah. Monkey see, monkey do, just stop being a monkey. Just stop being a monkey, yeah. If you stop being a monkey, but it depends on your survivor, because otherwise you're not accepted by the group, then you're left out. It is really hard. A lot of things people do is because they want to feel accepted in a certain kind of group. That is how, you know, the right wings got so many people on the side, because they made people feel welcome and accepted. And it is a dangerous, very dangerous thing. You just have to be resilient and try to keep thinking for yourself. And that is why I said autism, for example, is a superpower. Because if you're autistic, you have a big problem with people telling you what to do. So I think autistic people are actually meant to be, for example, leaders or unique thinkers or whatever. And maybe that's sometimes, you know, the right person that you need as a counter movement for stuff like that. But at which point can you see and know that you are the monkey? Yeah, that's usually when you realize that, it might already be too late. That's why I'm in such an odd way. But release, being accepted, you know. No, I don't understand, Louis. Please try again. You can drink, jerk and porn, do whack shit, go on, but if you want it, not if it's what your group wants. Yeah. Sure, you can do whatever you want, that's true. That is perfectly fine. But if certain things are becoming part of your identity, then it's going to be a problem. For example, if drinking alcohol is part of your identity, I think it's a problem. It's like a piece of you. Oh, the art is a piece of you. Oh yeah. I feel like that's what makes your art so special or unique. Because I feel like it's from a different world. It really has a certain je ne sais quoi. In the office I worked about 8 years ago, everyone was drinking together eventually, and you never drank with them. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good point. When film starts crumbling, I was fired first. That was actually a good thing, as you found out later. Yeah, it's you see. I mean, that is so weird. Like alcohol specifically is so weird because there is a video by Kurzgesagt, and they said that humanity made a deal with the devil for alcohol. Because at one point, on one side, it provides social lubrication, it makes certain social interactions smoother and whatever. But on the other side, it has long-lasting damage for your body. But it is still so interesting to me that when your company goes out to drink or whatever, then you're part of the group, and if you don't do that, as you see, you're the first to fall. Not everyone was as kind as you. You're 2 years clean from smoking. Congratulations, Lifo. That is really, really good. I wish you all the best on that journey, that you do not relapse. I know it's hard. About identity, I was actually once flipped off by one of the office guys with the phrase, "Don't talk to me, we never drank beer together." Wow. Yeah. That is what happens. I had a similar situation. I was out with friends. That was a long time ago. We were out. We were just going to, I don't know, to party or whatever. It was very out of character for me, but I just wanted to belong to the friend group, you know, because they were a family from of the side of my mother's boyfriend. Okay, it's a long story, but I just tagged along, and we entered a building, and there were two girls looking out, and they are like, "What do you want to drink?" And in my naivety, I said, "Give me a still water, please." And they turned around to me, and one of the guys, he was laughing so hard at me, and he said, "You just lost the game." And I was, "What did I do?" She asked me what I want to drink, and I want to drink water. What is the problem? Of course, they meant what alcohol do you want to drink? But I was the odd one out. I'm like, I want to drink alcohol. I want to drink water, please. I'm thirsty. What are you guys doing? Feel great about that? Yeah, you can be proud about that. Yes, 2 years without smoking is a really good achievement for sure. Should have said vodka. Yeah, I want to drink vodka, and you're like, who are you? You're such a man. Wow, I'm so impressed by the way you can handle your poison. Okay. Yeah, I've had many situations like that. Like in my life, I've drank 2 beers. I think it's only 2 beers, yeah. And every time I was like, this tastes awful, I will never drink this again. And the second time I drank it, I was standing up and I actually felt like woozy. And like, okay, that's it. I don't understand why people drink this. And as I said earlier, I have a problem with losing control. So I will consciously avoid all of the things that make me lose control. I can drink quite heavy when I want. I used to drink a bottle a day ages ago. Wow. But I think it says more about the people than you. Maybe, sure. I just I was not part of the gang. And I didn't want to be part of the gang. Fortunately, at this point, I already had found a lot of people online where, that became my friends or whatever. I think it was after Halfquake. So I was fine being myself and just even being laughed at. I'm like, well, why are they laughing? It's okay. I was that only water guy. Okay, not that I was ever drunk, but yeah, if I just want water, then I will drink just water. Yeah, I actually had the same very similar situation recently. I was out eating, and you know what I ordered? We were in a Viennese bar. Yeah, like this. It's like a really old school bar where you just go there and get drunk, alright? So this is like, picture this surrounding. And I was there, and you know what I ordered? Still water and vegan curry. Usually what you eat there is schnitzel, Schweinsbraten. And I was there, sitting there, and the waiter came and I was like, I want to have a still water and a vegan curry. And one of the guys was looking at me and he was like, wow, you're really partying today, huh? And I was like, yeah, what's the problem? You're really partying today. That's crazy. Yeah. Still getting comments to this day. I don't know. Going hard, yeah, with that vegan curry. I drink sometimes now. When I went through a bad time in 2020, I'm sure we will meet someday. Oh man, if you ever come to Vienna or whatever, sure. I love some curry right now. Dude, vegan, like any kind of curry is chef's kiss, I'm telling you. I love curry. I really, really love curry. So whenever I'm in a restaurant or in a bar and it's like vegan curry, I'm like, I have to jump on that. Like, I have no other option. I love curry so much. You know that you can get addicted to spicy food? Well, I really like spicy food. I like ginger tea, which is very spicy. I like pepper. I like vinegar. I like curry. Yeah, you might say there is something going on. The way I see it, people just do what they want or love, and that's fine. I never force anyone, and they don't force me. That's great. So you don't eat meat or you're a vegan. I'm a vegetarian, so I still eat the cheese that comes out of the cow's udders. But I don't eat the cow's ass. That's what I am. But yeah, I also never force anyone. I'm like, if somebody eats meat next to me, I'm not gonna vomit into their meat and I'm like, whoa, how can you eat that? No, I will just, oh, that looks really good, man. Good for you. That's who I am. Because I used to eat as well, meat as well, right? So more for me, exactly. You know, it's so funny. All of the comments that you get, like I was on a stream once at TwitchCon, and I said, yeah, I'm a vegetarian. And then the streamer, she asked me, yeah, so what do you eat? And I'm like, I really, really like salads, because a salad to me is, you know, Gouda, bell pepper, tomatoes, also pepper, onions, or slash apple. It's either or. Sometimes I eat it with pickles. And so this is my idea of a really good one. Also some hemp seeds, pumpkin seeds, vinegar, all of these things, right? This is a really good salad to me. And I said this on stream, and somebody in chat said, "Oh, so he's a rabbit." I'm not a rabbit. Another comment I get is, "Oh, so you're eating my food's food. So you're eating the food of my food, right?" Because I'm eating the salad of the cow or whatever. But to that I always say, well, you are eating the food that my cat eats. You are eating the meat that my cat eats. It was a very cold day, first truly cold day of the season. I came into a bar. Barman looked at me, wait a minute, with sad eyes, asked for tea. He literally said, wait a minute. He literally did that gesture. He's like that and sat on the floor with, well, someone please buy some alcohol. Everyone was just drinking tea that day. Oh my god. I remember I also bought 50 of rum just to cheer him up, but that was shit. That's nice. Not gonna lie, that rabbit comment was hilarious. I'm sure it wasn't meant to be offensive. No, that is a very general thing that people say to vegetarians. Oh, so you're a rabbit. That is actually meant to be offensive. It is meant to downplay people. I mean, I didn't take it that well. I didn't take it. That was the Freudian slip there. I didn't take it that way, but I actually just saw the chat and didn't even respond to it because I'm used to it. But my mind, you know, likes to. No, don't be sorry. It's fine. My mind likes to remember this kind of thing. I actually think it's funny. Whenever somebody tells me I'm a rabbit, I'm like, so what? Rabbits are really cool. I really like rabbits. I don't know what the big problem is. I've had vegan food. I tasted like meat. See, that is what I don't understand. I don't understand the fascination of replicating what meat looks like or what tastes like. First of all, like meat itself, this is what I realized after becoming vegetarian. Most of the time, what I really liked about the meat was the seasoning. It is not the taste of the meat, it was always the taste of the seasoning that I really liked. And once you have had this realization, then it's like, oh, I can have the seasoning on something else, on some kind of cheese or whatever. It's not depending on meat. It's actually kind of freeing. So whenever you say, I miss the taste of meat, then it's like, are you missing the taste of meat or just because it is really seasoned well? Because it has garlic, onion, ketchup, vinegar, whatever, you know? food of my food is such a shitty argument. That is, yeah, I know. No, it's also a stupid argument because, and also just a really worn out argument because it's just a very generic reaction that people have in their minds whenever they hear. So it's like people are programmed this way. Whenever they hear vegetarian, then they say, "Oh, so you are a rabbit," because that is what everybody says, right? It is just an automatic response because they heard it once and then people around them laughed, so they remembered this, and then from now on they will always tell this joke because they're boring. There's a very funny parody video about being a Materian or something, like a guy who eats only meat being a dick about it. Oh yeah, I agree on this. So you can't have fish stuff like oyster sauce. No, I don't. I mean, to be fair, some restaurants in Austria, yeah, like this is the vegetarian menu that we have. It's fish, chicken salad, and I don't know what else. And I'm like, that's not vegetarian. I'm sorry, but I cannot eat any of that. There are actually, you know, if you go to the countryside where being a vegetarian will get you killed, the menu looks a bit different for vegetarians. You know what? You know what people said, because a friend of mine is vegan, and he was in a far outside countryside of Austria, and they didn't have any vegan options on the menu. And so he asked the waiter, "Do you have any vegan options?" And the waiter said, "You can eat grass outside." And like, oh my god. Yeah, that's what you have to deal with. I watched the TV wait a minute, Soup, not Soul. You made a delicious vegan soup? Okay. I really like soup. But I mostly eat vegetable soup. I watched a TV report about food health in Japan. The reporter was completely baffled by the way they make fresh food in the schools, and he asked the students, what are the favorite dishes, ingredients, and they all said broccoli and stuff, and he asked the head of school, why is that? And he replied, they don't teach your kids what good healthy food is. Yeah, I actually might have seen a similar report to that, yeah. It's really about what you teach your children. Like, teach your children what good food is. Don't, I hate to say it, but don't, you know, drive them to McDonald's. Maybe, maybe that's not what you should do. You DM'd me Rabbit Art, okay. Let's see, Lufo, there he is. Oh my god. That is really cool, man. You know what that reminds me of? That almost reminds me of a carbuncle from Final Fantasy. Was that on accident, or was that a direct inspiration? I really love carbuncles. They're so cute. Carbuncles, Final Fantasy X is even prettier. So cute. Look at it. Oh my god. See? I think this is the same. Right? It's really cool art, man. Very cool. It's like when Flat Earthers saying, if Earth is a sphere, why don't fall off then? Yeah. Same kind of shit, the argument people put in front of the butts and nothing else to say. Exactly, yeah, there are a few things like that where they have this programmed response, this programmed joke response to a lot of things, because they think in their friend circle it's funny, but outside of the friend circle it's just weird. It's more inspired by the hair from Monster Ranger? Okay. Excuse me, carbuncle, like the skin infection? What the hell? No. No, carbuncle is a summon. It's a cute summon in Final Fantasy. It's just really cool. Look at it. It's not an infection. It doesn't hurt you. I mean, sometimes I let my kids eat at McDonald's, but I very much dislike it. But as kids, they like sugar in any form. That's true. No, I'm not. You know, I ate a lot of McDonald's in my lifetime. I really like going to McDonald's, so I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that you gotta be aware of this. Is that a plant rabbit? I don't know. FF8 version is a good one from memory. Let's see. FF8 Carbuncle. Oh yeah, that's it. That is actually it. Carbuncle Rubelite, you have a video. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my, but the nostalgia is killing me. Oh my god, it's so cute. Oh my god, it's so cute. That's so cool. And it goes back into the hole. And that's it. Wow, I need to play this again. This is so amazing. I like this game so much, man. I want a remake of 8. Yeah, I think they... I think they shouldn't have done a remake of 7, but just a remake of 8. That's what they should have done. Triple Triad was so good. I agree. Triple Triad was the shit. It was the absolute shit. There are ads, so I'm gonna take a really short break. Be right back. I got something cool to show you, Manuel. It's my take on Salamander. Okay. Let me see. Holy crap. What the fuck? That is insane. That is actually insane. How are we all doing on this fine Friday evening? I mean, afternoon. Oh shit, it's not even afternoon yet. What am I doing? All right. Yeah, that's really cool. It's Saturday now. Oh my god. I was gone for so many hours. Time is a bitch. Okay, let's I wanna check out the heal again. Okay, let's try. Let's try and see if we can win this time. Oh, I accidentally. That's fine. It's all good? Okay. Well, if it's Saturday now, I have to actually stop streaming. I actually overstreamed. It is so funny to me that while streaming, I'm having a hard time playing this game. So I'm wondering how other people are going to do it. But do you plan to add art for the characters? Heal and Gravedigger, etc.? No. I have no plans at the moment. You know what my plan is at the moment? I just wanna release the game and then, then we will see. Then we will see, man. Did I saw it right? You have all the Tomans still on? No. There were 0 Tomans. Because no, it's off. The journal, in the journal you can click on that and it shows the Tomans, but if you go to custom, it remembers your previous custom section. I mean, currently the only way that you differentiate between the decks is because of the background of the cards. So every deck has a different background. This is Bloodsucker, this is Invoker, this is Mercenary, and this is the Gambler. So these are the different images based on the starter decks. Do you want to use my icon as anything? Let me DM it to you. It was art based on Erdtree. I mean, it is really cool looking, but I don't at the moment know what I would use it for. I mean, we could use it as a card, as an angel. All right, let's go. Lakama pack, please. Thank you very much. What do you mean with Erdtree, by the way? Alright, so at the moment the game has 3000 and actually let's take a look how many wishes we have. I'm wondering if we can reach the popular upcoming section. The Erdtree from Eldring? Ah, yeah, I'm stupid. Of course, the Erdtree. At the moment it has... How many wishes do we have? 3,209. So at a conversion rate of 1%, that would be 300 sales, right? However, my other games have I mean, it doesn't really matter what my other games have because they don't have a lot of sales. We'll see how it converts. Oh, you imagined the Erdtree as a person? That makes sense, yeah. That's a cool idea for sure. But yeah, we will see. I have like there have been a lot of outreaches to other content creators and stuff, so we might get even more videos. I don't know. I have no confirmation on those yet. Some creators don't reply; they just make a video. I mean, that's fair. That's really cool. There's also been some press outreach. There was one article already. But the one Instagram post that you mentioned to me yesterday, you know what's always so funny when stuff like this happens? It usually, like when there are a lot of views or whatever, and then you take a look at it, it has... What? How many likes? I don't even know. 7,000 likes at the moment. So this guy has 400,000 followers and one of his videos he mentions my Instagram reel, like right here. And this video now has 7,000 likes, but the conversion rate of this is basically 0. So I'm always, like, I always really appreciate it, and I always am super grateful, but the conversion rate of this is always, you know, you don't even see it in the backend. It's so weird. Like, you don't get more followers, you don't get more wish lists. And I don't think it even matters for Marcella. Tropical Bloom. I mean, even she might not have. She is now at 29,000 followers, so she got like 100 followers, but I'm not sure if that's because of any of that or just because of her heart. I don't really know. But she is currently sitting at this. It is still a win, yeah. No, I'm saying I'm super grateful that this is happening, but I always then expect something to happen on the other end, you know, because my game was mentioned or at least seen, or at least something happened for Marcella because she is mentioned in the video and her art is mentioned in the video. But even then, it doesn't seem like anybody goes to her page or whatever. And that is always a strange feeling, because then you're like, wait a minute. So this video was just used for something else entirely, just to give this guy likes or whatever, and it just feels strange in a way, you know. But also really cool. I don't know. It's like I've recorded this video and it's not doing its own thing. It has a life of its own. It's completely disconnected from what it was originally supposed to be doing. Suhaim, no, I said, I'm really grateful that this is happening, so I'm totally fine with people doing that. It's just interesting to me that people then do not click off the app because they are on Instagram, so they're scrolling, keep scrolling, right? It is really hard to get people off the app while scrolling. Which is, even if you do like marketing or whatever, and you try to make a trailer for your game and put it on TikTok or whatever, you might get a lot of likes, but people will just keep scrolling. They are not like leaving the app because they are so in the zone at the moment. So it's really difficult. And that is why sometimes you see people with like so many likes and so many views on TikTok, and TikTok is the worst platform to convert to anything. And then it's always like, yeah, well, why why is this even happening then? But for me, it was really good because I found Lufo with with this one post. So yeah, I'm not saying do not do this. I'm just saying it is weird when things blow up. All right, this time we're going to win. I can feel it. What are your weekend plans? Because my weekend plans, I wanna try and make a new trailer, or at least improve the trailer that I have. Get some new footage of the new card art. I don't know. Things happen for a reason. I'm sure of it. Yes. I'm certain salary will pop off. We will see. I can only, hope for the things that I can control. And the things that I control is this game, making this game. And I can try to make it as good as possible. That is what I can do. Everything else is a bonus. If people like it, that's a bonus. That's really cool. That's not something I can control. I can only try to do the best job that I can possibly can. Everything else is out of my control. Look at this new art. Look at it. Isn't this beautiful? Look at this beautiful card art. Wow. Nice. That's done by Gwenny Patu. If you want to check her out, her and her art. It's like a darker version of Slay the Spire and stuff. It is, yeah. I was actually laughed at because I've shown this game. So, okay, two things happened. I showed this game to very professional people in the industry. Okay, and one of them said, first of all, the game is too dark. People like colorful stuff. Fair enough. I did not change it. And the other comment that I had was, I told them about the current problem of marketability and whatever. And the response I got from the other person was, you have to have a less gloomy name. And in response, I actually just laughed. Because I'm like, oh, and what about Darkest Dungeon? What about all of the other? It's like, I'm not making I'm not making a cozy game. I'm not making a game for 3-year-olds. It's like, I don't know if it's a good name, but it's the reason. Okay, the reason this game might potentially fail is not because of the name. I think so. I don't know. You could probably give it a better name. You could say, yeah, I don't know. Like what kind of name is Dark Souls? Okay, Dark Souls is a really cool name, but it also doesn't really tell you what the game is about, right? Or Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon could just be a dungeon simulator. You know? But the other game dev that I talked to, I think he was right. Like, the two hardest things about making games is naming them and then putting a price on them. I think he was right. Soulspire. Oh, that's a good name. Wow. Soulspire. Yeah, that's it. Slay the Soul? I don't know. Not as good. Slay the Spire. Slay the Soulspire. I have no idea. But yeah, I talked about this before. It's like, I've gotten so much feedback in the past, and you always have the option to either ignore it or to at least give it a big think, you know? At least sit with the feedback and like, okay, what can I get from this feedback? Are they right? Are they just projecting their own values? Do they understand the context that I'm making this game in? Do they have experience with card games like Slay the Spire and Magic the Gathering? Because if they don't even have experience with card games like Wild Frost or Monster Train, then how valuable is the feedback? It is always really difficult. Faith in Souls. Slay the Despair. I think I found why I'm constantly losing Wi-Fi connection on my tablet. Oh. I have a new mouse and it is a radio mouse that works on 2.4 gigahertz. Oh no. Are you sure? Are you serious? A mouse that is interfering with Wi-Fi? That's new. I've never heard that before. But yeah, it's crazy. A new game came out. Unsure how it's doing, but Northwind. Northwind? Steam? Northwind. It's a monster hunting roguelike deck builder. I saw this actually. I think it's not on my wish list. But I saw this, yeah. I think it's doing well. It looks cool. Nice. It has 86% positive. What are the people saying? Safe to say, after 10 hours of game time, you will realize how unbalanced this later on. Reviews like this are the bane of my existence. It's like, I can see this for Faith in Despair too. Like, somebody is saying, after 20 hours, I cannot recommend this game. Instance where you're doing really well. Okay, let's read it. It looked good, but like was never $40. Oh. So this is, yeah. Like, my game will be 12 euros. I think that's better, right? What is 12 euros in NCD? That's 24. Is that okay, Lifo? Is that okay? We can actually check the price real quickly. I believe it could be a mouse. It started happening about after I got the mouse. Oh. And basically only when I'm on a tablet. That's crazy. On the table. I was thinking you were pushing for 30. I don't know what the current price is. Let's see. Because it is not a direct conversion. Steam might have actually put it to 30. Let's see. Bad game, don't play it. 1,234 hours in game. Exactly. Exactly. It's like, okay. Well, you played it for your entire life. Let me check very quickly the price of this game. Because on Steam it is not a direct conversion. It is actually just a suggested price. So we have dollars. Okay, let's see. I actually wanna hear what you guys think about this. We have, it's going to cost $12, which is £10, almost 12 euros, but also 460 Russian rubles. I don't know if that's a lot or not. Like who in chat can tell me? Is Renderpunk still here? I know Renderpunk is not in Russia, but he might have an idea. Time to put a bad review on Dota 2. I've played 10k hours. Game is not good. Takes the soul. Toxic. Yeah, exactly. 200k don is cheap, I feel. What? Oh. What about New Zealand? Where does it say New Zealand? There it is. It is 17.49 New Zealand. Jokes aside, I played Overwatch 1 and 2 for I don't know how many hours, for a few thousand, and I can say I don't play it. I mean, yeah, sometimes you have a bit of a love-hate relationship. That's a cheap release. Another game dev friend suggested that I push it to 15 euros. Like, if I push it to 15, what would happen? Then it would be 15 euros. And in New Zealand dollars, it would be 21. That's 2 coffee. You know what? The coffee... Unfortunately, the coffee comparison doesn't work because... I don't know, people don't want to spend 12 euros on a game, but they easily just buy 2 coffees. Like it is a very different obstacle. If you lowball it, people won't buy. If too high, won't buy. Yeah, are you saying 17 is better or 21 is better? I think I will just leave it at this. I don't know. Again, Game Dev Friends suggested to me that I should raise it to 15. I would say 22 is better. Are you saying that because you want money, or are you saying that because of other reason? Ball Pit was, I think, 22 New Zealand dollars. It shows you have faith in your project. Well, this guy also had faith in his project, and he sold it for 20 euros. And then it completely failed. And he slashed the price to 10 euros. Like 1 or 2 hours after launch. To be fair, he had like content for 30 minutes. So, I mean... but this guy also had faith. You can play, have some fun, but sooner or later you will start having less fun and eating more shit from mates. That's true, yeah. I mean, especially for multiplayer games, at some point it's like, why did I even invest 1,000 hours into this? And then you cannot really recommend it. I guess I understand, yeah. I've actually never bought games at like $10. Well, it's 17.49 right now, New Zealand dollars. It's hard to price it, as you said, yeah. I'm coming from the direction of, let's take Slay the Spire for example. Slay the Spire costs 22 euros. As much as I hate to say it, we are not Slay the Spire. So I think this is a fair price. Also, Balatro costs... How much is Balatro? Balatro is 13, which is a bit more than we are. And I think that's almost like very similar. Like maybe not in terms of content, but from a gameplay kind of thing. Because it's very card based, there's not a lot of shit going on around it. It goes down to $5 sometimes. I mean, yeah, we are also going to do sales and stuff. And here we have Clover Pit. Clover Pit is also priced at 10 euros. So it's cheaper than Faith and Despair. And I feel like if that is cheaper and Borlax Pit is at 15 euros, I think we are in a sweet spot with this price, with 12 euros. I think it's a good price. I think if we sold Faith and Despair for the same amount as Ball Pit, I don't think that comparison would stand. I don't know. Maybe it would. But I mean, graphically, it has a lot more to offer. I think. I don't know. If you just purely look at the visuals. I mean, even then, Faith and Despair looks better. I'm biased. I don't like how this game looks. But anyway. Ballpit only had like 20 hours to like 100% it. It becomes very repetitive. Yeah, but you can argue the same for Faith and Despair. Like 20 hours is a lot of hours. And if you play Faith and Despair for 20 hours, you will see some repetition. There's just no... Which is, again, if you're pricing it at this, it could work. But it is a very difficult decision. Let me check my time on it. Okay. Did you 100% Ball Pit? Wow. You know, another game dev said I should just price it at $15 because people only buy it at on a sale anyway. I don't know. Slots and Daggers, yeah, Slots and Daggers is a different thing because Slots and Daggers is 8 euros, but they are selling it for minus 30% off in the introductory offer. And it is a very short game apparently. Like Faith and Despair is not that short. In Faith and Despair you can at least play 6 different starter decks, which takes you at least, I would say, 6 hours. And then you can play through the journal, which are 31 days. It's not exactly 30 hours, but it can get up there if you want. I think getting all of the achievements in Faith and Despair will get you to around 80 hours or 60 hours or something like that. You got 20 hours on Ball Pit? Yeah. I mean, then the number is fair, right? But it's so hard, dude. It's so hard. We also have to approach it from this perspective. Ball Pit can price it at 15 euros because they have a publisher behind them, Devolver Digital. They also kind of have to have it at 15 euros because the publisher needs to eat as well. We don't have a publisher, so we don't really care about raising this to $15. I mean, we also all have to eat. But this is basically the number without the publisher. A game I worked on, so right was... What was it? Malice and Greed? Ah, okay, yeah. How much was that? Oh, it's the same. It's the same. Oh my god. Not 74%. It was a super rough game. The dev gave up on it. Wait a minute, is this still in early access? It isn't. Okay, that. I mean, that is pretty bad. that is not good. Like being in early access after 4 years. The last update made by the developers over 3 years ago. The information and in time described by the developers here may no longer be up to date. That is crazy. Like at least have the balls to just release it and get rid of that early access tag. I mean, if not for the players, you owe it to yourself to do this. Don't leave this hanging in the air like this. It's crazy. They abandoned the second game too. I mean, I can kind of see when you need to do that to cut costs or whatever, if you actually depend on your sales. But at least get rid of the early access tag. I mean... but yeah. Also, saying, like, as I said, 12 euros is actually a lot for a lot of people. That is also something that you have to keep in mind. Like we are... I don't know, it's really hard to say. Yeah, then second game made them like 120k plus. Alright, that's very cool. On that regard, is early access any good as a developer? I think there is a bit of a stigma around early access nowadays. So players actually expect more of a finished game nowadays than it used to be. And it is really hard. Like if you're doing early access now, you have to have updates prepared. You have to be really consistent with the updates. You have to have a roadmap that you are actually following. Like it is a lot of work. And then you have to ask yourself, why you're doing early access. Are you doing early access to make money early, or are you doing early access to building a community? I don't think it is like doing early access to make money. I'm not sure if that is working, but to make a community, I think that works. But I personally, I would never do early access. It's just the amount of work that you have to do is a little bit too much. So yeah. And since you were AFK, would you say $12 is fine, or would you say $15 is better for facing this player? I think this question is going to stay with me right until the hour of the launch. It's like, yeah, I believe in the project. I get that this is a value proposition. Silksong released at 25. Yeah, that's... See... I think this is a perfectly good price. I will just leave it at that. I will leave it at that. Until next time I think about it. Personally, I think lower is better, yeah. I think 17... Yeah, okay. Right, let's leave it at that. I mean, this is actually not looking that bad. The background here is a little bit too clean. Like it's just a pink blob. Other than that, it's okay. Are they using AI art? Gotta ask. No, probably not. Oh! For ideation and references only. Alright. Ideation references, huh? Huh? Alright. $12.79 sounds reasonably good. Okay. No, I will leave it at that. Hello Pam. What happened that you wouldn't believe? I was There was an Instagram person who was talking about my game. Actually, not about my game, but about the art. Let me find it again. So this guy, he has like 400,000 followers, and he was taking a look at one of the Instagram reels that I made, like right here, and it now has 7,000 likes, which is really interesting. And you know, he had actually made a reaction content. Wow. But the thing that is always so funny with stuff like this happening is that the conversion rate, like 2 wishes or whatever, is basically 0. So whenever this happens, it doesn't actually do anything. It's just numbers rise up, but you don't actually benefit from that, which is really, really weird. Corner guy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just numbers more than anything. Yeah. It's like I saw a Game Dev friend also had a TikTok go viral and stuff, and then he was like, but it actually didn't give me any wish list. And I'm like, yeah, that's usually what happens. It is really, really strange. Because when you're scrolling through TikTok or Instagram or YouTube Shorts, you're in the zone, you know, your dopamine, whatever, and it is it is really hard to get you off that app to another app. Like to open Steam and wishlist. No. I'm in the zone right now. I need my dopamine. I'm not going off the app. No. Just do business kind of content. Corner reaction content usually just means more engagement for the creator of the content rather than the original. Yes, that is I'm just super grateful that this is happening. But whenever people ask me or tell me, yes, you got the numbers, I'm like, yeah, just he got the numbers. It doesn't translate to anything on my end. It's so funny because I remember making this video, and now this video is just out there having a life of its own. It's so funny. Just sitting there showing other people videos, and some are gaining thousands of views. It must be. It's fine. It's funny because I saw videos of a nuclear engineer reacting to Kurzgesagt stuff, and I was like, oh cool, he probably has some informed inputs to make. He just didn't have much to say at all that the videos didn't already say. I mean, then it's, yeah, reaction content like this is really just... that is really just predatory, I guess. So I really like it when there's a video and there is a reaction to it from a person who really adds value to it, then it's really, really cool. If it's really just the guy sitting in the corner going like, yeah, I agree with that. It doesn't really, and you're right, it doesn't really help. Dopamine, I hate dopamine videos. I'm trying to find some funny jokes or popular sci-fi videos, but it only enters TikTok bullshit. Yeah. On YouTube in Germany recently made a video about reactions and opened a broad discussion about this type of content. Okay. Yeah, there is the ongoing discussion that I know of is that reactions are generally... It is a really weird spot to be in, because on the one hand you're giving an attention to another video, but again the conversion rate to the other video is most often not very, very low. And as Pam said, it's like when you're not even adding value, then maybe it's just the video on your channel. So it is actually just stealing content. It is a really difficult one. 99% of YouTube shorts just brainless, sadly. Yeah, dopamine is yeah, I've talked about dopamine a lot. Seva's Fire Department Chronicles. What is Fire Department Chronicles? There is a woman who makes music content, she plays recorders. Oh, okay, that's really cool. Yeah, it's who is Fire Department Chronicles? Is that a channel or what? I remember she had about 10 subs on YouTube. Wow, 10 subs, and then she blew up, I guess. But yeah, it is dopamine is really like social media and dopamine. I've talked about this before, so I will not get into that. But if you're scrolling YouTube Reels or TikTok shorts or TikTok shorts, TikToks, Reels and shorts, then you're getting as much dopamine as methamphetamine. So it is actually a drug, and that is why you can feel sluggish after a long session of looking at social media. And I feel like it is not talked about a lot. And it should be talked about a lot. But yeah, here we are. 10k subs, okay. I thought when you said 10 subs, I thought like, so he was there from the beginning. So I'm like, so he was an OG kind of chat person. There's the dude, DV504. You could hear about him. He has millions, okay. Firedepartment Chronicles is a channel headed by a veteran EMT worker. He makes a lot of skits based on his experience on his line of work. And he plays as himself and the patients and co-workers. Oh, I mean, I have to look that up. I really like skits. Firedepartment Chronicles. Oh my god. Damn. So this is this like you said it's skits, right? Very short films compilation. Real things I've seen as a paramedic and firefighter. I will have to look at this afterwards. This could be fun. He also asked YouTube about this, and I think the answer was, yeah, we know about this, but don't know what to do about it because it's mostly Europe, Germany thing. It is mostly a Europe, Germany thing? What do you mean? That people are talking about reactions? Because in other countries they are not talking about it? I'm not gonna react to the video about reactions, so I'm going to watch it later. I remember he did his usual bass, not bass kind of video, mentioned bass recorders. She reacted on a reaction. Okay. Bam, she had 100k in a week. I mean, that is a good reaction type of content, yeah. I really like that when this happens. He is reacted to and green screened himself into medical drama. Okay, that sounds funny. I will look at it afterwards. Some weird shit? No, that's not weird shit. That is the medic, the Firedepartment Chronicles guy. I'm trying to think because we are actually watching, like my wife and I, we like to watch, what is it called? It is called Viva something. No. Viva la Dirt League, there it is. This is I think they are making really cool videos. Now we exchanging YouTube videos. But I feel like Viva la Dirt League, yeah. Nice people. Yeah, I really like these videos. I don't know. There's another theater group that I don't remember at the moment, but yeah. They are cool, yeah, I think so as well. Anxiety is such a funny curse, it's just like me for real. Yeah. It's true. Oh, they are in the same city as you? Wow, that's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I really like the videos. I really like the skits that they do about the game studio and stuff. That's really funny. I always feel like, yeah, that's actually how it goes. Just add a DLC, it will be fine. Speaking of which, I need to take my meds. Oh no. Alright, I mean, it's good that you remembered. 80% of country is in Auckland. I need to see what local is. Auckland. Let's see what that looks like. Auckland, Wikipedia. New Zealand. La la la. Is it Tetris? Yes, that was Tetris. It's called Triste. The song is called Triste. It was part of the Half-Gig soundtrack. Always was weird why they chose Kalinka as a theme for the game. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, wait a minute. No, I don't think it's weird because the guy who made Tetris, he was a Russian, right? So I guess Kalinka was just something he liked. But please correct me if I'm wrong. I thought Kalinka was also a Russian song. Okay, so this is Auckland. And you're saying 80% of the country is in Auckland. Wow, okay. So that is... yeah, okay. Winamp is such a throwback. Dude, you know when the llama needs ass kicking, you know what to open? Winamp. Didn't the box art for the folder copies of the game say something like "From Russia with Love"? I don't know, but yeah. I don't remember that. But why not? There are like 8 or so in our country, and like 5 million in Auckland. So I guess more like 6%. Okay. Probably went with Kalinka out of a sense of national pride or just because they liked the song a lot. Yeah, that's what I assumed because it is a really cool song. It's like, of course I'm using Kalinka. Why wouldn't you? And you know what's so funny? Because I'm using the Tetris song in Half-Gig, right? So this is what I'm using in Half-Gig. And in the original version of Half-Gig Amen, I was actually using a recording of the Game Boy version. So I had the Game Boy connected to my DAW and just recorded the Tetris sound, the Tetris soundtrack. But then I looked it up and you cannot do that because that specific version is copyrighted by Nintendo or whatever. Whoever owns the copyrights, I don't know. So I just made a cover version, that was fine. A cover version, it's just, basically a cover of Kalinka, I guess. Yeah, you cannot do that. For the official Steam release, I had to make sure, whenever I did this, I just had to make sure that all of the soundtrack was, free of copyright stuff. So this is what I did. All of this is copyright free, all of this is self-made. Some of that is from other people and whatever. Yeah. Can you switch song? It is gone. It's gone. Here's a better one. It's Adventure Time. This is from Catty and Betty. Which reminds me, I should probably do some more Catty and Betty stuff in the future. Alright, let's see if we can win this fight this time. I mean the run this time. Tomorrow, on the weekend, I will try to record some new footage to at least update the existing trailer with, new footage. I don't know, with the new carted and stuff. We will see if that is possible. Other than that, I will not touch the game. I will not update it. I will not do anything like that. I will just try and stay calm. Wait, I'm actually going to die again. Alright. It's so funny to me because whenever I play this game on stream, I just don't concentrate and throw whatever together into the cards. New footage and current music. The one in the trailer sounds like an older version of Chapter 3's music. The one in the trailer is actually just a remix, basically. So, yes, you're right. It is the Chapter 3 music. I'm using the same cello and stuff. But I was also adding percussion. I have a violin lying around here, and I just plugged the strings, like in a horror movie, and then just made that version for the trailer. And I feel like I will use that same version. Why is my chat broken? That's what the percussion was. It sounded like a clock ticking. I liked it. Yeah, it is. It does sound like clock ticking. Yeah, that's really funny. It is actually going to be on the soundtrack. So one of the soundtrack files is going to be. Let me open up the soundtrack card game. To think in terms of trademarks, brands, the game music. To think in terms of trademarks, brands. The game's music you made to evolve. Can you rephrase the question? I don't exactly know what you mean. But yeah, this is the final playlist. Oh my god. And one of those is actually Clock Strike 7, and that is the trailer one. That is the trailer music, so it is actually part of the soundtrack. I feel like I know what you mean, Task. In other words, do you want to build upon the stuff you made to keep it evolving, or would you rather make something new? Oh. Okay. I mean, I have a... One of the rules that I have for myself is that everything I release should always be available in some way or another, because building up a portfolio that people can check out years after they are released is, in my opinion, a good thing. So that is something I'm very conscious of, which is why I still have music up from 25 years ago and, you know, Halfwig and stuff. I think that is really important. Vatara's artwork is gorgeous. Nice. I'm so glad you like it. I hope LeFou is here to see this. I can actually zoom in. There you go. Also, I keep misreading Fire as Yellowfellow. Yellowfellow. Need you. Yes, Yellowfellow. I don't know if that's racist or not. But yeah, building upon stuff you made. So this is one of the things that I keep thinking, like, can I expand on Halfwig in some way or another? That is one thing it's I'm half awake, 1 a.m. Oh. Yeah, Pam said that the artwork is really cool for Batarial. LeFou. You see? So I keep trying to think about ways to build on the Halfwig. If you want to call it a franchise, let's just say it like that. If you want to do something with a Halfwig franchise, but it's difficult. On the one hand, I would like to do something with that, and you might see something in the near future, but in general, oh, I just sacrificed him. My brain is stupid. My streamer brain is actually stupid. But I would also like to make something new. So for example, Faith and Despair is coming out soon, right? And LeFou over here, he wants me to support the game for at least a year. He doesn't want me to kill the game. So here's where the conundrum begins, because as a creative person, I would like to keep going to the next project relatively soon. I don't know. Well, I guess it depends on how many people will play the game or whatever. You can show them the sketch. Oh yeah, I can do that. Wait a minute. The sketch for Batarial. Here you go. This is the sketch. Buffed guy with a sword. You can expand on Halfwig by adding a card minigame to it. Oh yeah. Yeah. You know what? I will just that's a really good idea. I will just reskin Faith in Despair as a Half-Quake game. That is a giga brain idea. just make a Half-Quake game out of Faith in Despair. Sell it for another 12 euros. I kept all of the originals just in case you wanted to put them into like a bestiary or something cool. Alright, cool. You want to work on a new IP with me? Lufo is the businessman in here. Gotta go now, heading to work soon. Take care. Take care, fam. Thanks for hanging out. The Tower of Babel we were talking about. Oh yeah, I know. I remember. It's gonna be difficult because my neurodivergent brain will be interesting to work with. But we will see. We will see. I still have a lot of ideas that I want to implement, and of course I will of course do the first content update, like that is for sure, in February or March, and then we will see. On the other hand, I stuck to, like I made a browser game once. It's called Person Half-Quake, and I kept updating it for I think almost 10 years. So, who knows, maybe Faith in Despair will also receive a lot of updates. The Dragon and Human fight on Person Half-Quake game, was it called original game? The Dragon and Human fight on Person Half-Quake. What? Dragon... Oh, you mean Traversy? Yeah. You mean Traversy? Yes, we could. I could probably release that as well as a separate standalone game. Oh my god, active game. I only have one active game. Yeah, that's true. I was looking at the Catty Betty and I'm like, that's a cool vibe. Wonder if I did my artist in that way. I'm so tired, I can't even word. Yeah. We could do something like that, true. I don't wanna... Yeah. I don't wanna promise anything at this point. First I have to get over the launch for this game and then get the content out. And as I said, I have a second project already in the works, so I will have to dedicate some time for this because there's another person involved. So I am already working on another game. It's just not announced yet. It's a bit of a smaller game. It's going to come out hopefully early next year, or at least a demo of it. And then we will see. But again, you don't force yourself to franchise your project, right? No, I don't do that. I personally believe like franchising is cool, but I believe making something new is actually better for my mental health. For example, I made 3 parts for Half-Quake, but I think you can clearly see from the different styles of the parts that I always wanted to do something different. And yeah, it will be the same here. Faith in Despair 7. Yes, I'm actually working on Faith in Despair 7 at the moment. I have invested 5 years already into it. I'm just gonna announce it one after another. It will be super hilarious. I have invested $1 million into the Faith in Despair franchise. We have 5 games lined up. If the first one bombs, we will just release the second one. If the second one bombs, we will just keep releasing the games until one of them sticks. Yeah, that's the business plan that I have. That's my business plan. Action figures and mugs. Yeah, merchandising. That is what you're gonna have to do. If AAA marketing costs 100% of the development cost, and some €70 games are really just €35 games. But you pay 35 extra to be marketed. That is a... And hi, yes. That is an interesting take. If AAA marketing costs 100% of development costs... I mean, I would say you're right, yeah, maybe. I agree somewhat. But the budget for a game kind of has to have marketing in the budget, right? If I think about Faith and Despair and how much money I spent on marketing in compared to art or whatever, I would say it's not 50%. But it is a lot. Like if I think about TwitchCon EU was basically marketing for the game, Gamescom was basically marketing for the game. These cost a hell of a lot of money. It's an interesting take. I think oh shit, I just pinned your comment. But you're right. But it is an interesting thing about the Steam card being stock standard 30 goes down on more sales to I think lowest 10%. I mean the Steam card is really high, that's true. It is a different difficult topic because if a AAA game costs €90 and the budget was like $1 million or $1 billion, wouldn't you say that €90 is still too cheap? You know what I mean? It's like, even like if the budget is that high, how can they ever make the money back? So the problem is that the budget maybe shouldn't be that high. Yeah, GTA 6 costs like 2.5 billion. I believe it. But does it mean that people have to buy it for €100? Like, is it their fault? Is it the player's fault that it costs so much to make? It is really strange. Like, here's a hot take. People would probably GTA 6 with worse graphics. You don't have to... Red Dead Redemption, you know? If Red Dead Redemption 2 didn't have horseball physics, I think people would have still bought it. Right? Or do you think it's part of it? I don't know. And then, you know, then you don't have to sell it for €90. Maybe then you can sell it for €50. I don't know. They said it's $160 on lowest version, up to $300 for the deluxe. Are you serious right now? That's crazy. I heard a streamer claim he thinks games are kind of cheap because you get so much entertainment out of it. That is the other side of the argument. Like if you go to a cinema and you're paying like €20 or €30 to sit in a chair for 2 hours with your popcorn. But then you go back home and then you browse Steam and you're like, €15? I'm not sure I want to buy this. And it is a 40-hour game. Yeah, I don't know where this is coming from, where the value difference is coming from. Is it because going to the cinema is a social experience? I don't know, maybe. I'm not saying that it's too cheap or too expensive or whatever. I heard that they're considering a change to price on games. You get charged by the hour. I mean, they're already trying something with all of the Xbox games or whatever. What is it called? Where you can just pay like $50 a month and then you can play all of the whole portfolio. So I think this is the direction that everything is going in. Like imagine imagine Steam one day just offering a Steam Pass. Just offering a Steam Pass, like for $30 a month. And you can play anything on Steam. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's the direction we're going in. Exactly, but I think like what some games make you feel, put time into it. Yeah. No, it is difficult. And games are kind of cheap for all of the investment that is put into it. But if it's going above 70 euros or whatever, it is a really tough sale. It is a really tough sale. And then you have to think about, well, maybe we need to rethink how games are made. Attempts to extract 100% of value out of any piece of media will always lead to doom. I think that is a good point, yeah. That is actually a good point. And then you get reviews like, I played this game for 30 hours and it is not worth 15 euros or whatever. Or where people say, I usually want to have 1 hour of entertainment for each euro that I invest. I don't think you can put it like that, but unfortunately that's what a lot of people think. I will be right back. There and back again. Alright. It's looking like we are on a good track to win this run. So far, we have not seen any errors. And I'm saying that to jinx myself because I want to see errors. I want to see errors now instead of later. I want to see errors now instead of on launch day, please. So I will say something that would hopefully show errors, okay? So the following sentence. Oh, this game is completely bug-free. Oh my god, I'm such a good programmer. Okay, now the error should appear. Now all of the bugs will appear, I hope. Let's get into a fight. And let's see if we can... If we've jinxed it enough for the errors to appear. Let's see if that magic sentence worked. What a nicely programmed game, right? It is such a well done game. The code is pristine. It is absolutely clean code. There are no bugs whatsoever. I'm a seasoned, not a seasoned, I'm a senior engineer, bro. I might be a seasoned programmer. I don't know. It sounds like I'm a salad. I'm a well-seasoned programmer. I'm such a good programmer. I've made 0 bugs. I've made no mistakes. I understood the prompt. You know? All allies? What do I want to do with all allies? Let's see if we can get this working. I want to get healed and I want to get favor to all of them. Also, I'm going to add Exhume to this beautiful spell. Discard bound. We have already discarded 6 cards. Wow, that's crazy. Alright, let's see if... yeah, it is indeed a salad. Let's see if we can get the bugs to appear now. It is kind of like the law of attraction. I don't know if you ever read about the law of attraction, but the law of attraction is exactly always the opposite. So everything that you want in your life, if you are actively wanting it, like if you're actually seeking it out and chasing it, it will always go away. It will always elude you. But as soon as you're content with what you are currently and grateful for what you have in the current moment, then things will start to appear and start come towards you. that is the law of attraction. And I feel like it's a really, really interesting topic. It is like, once you are aware of this, you will see it everywhere. It is really fascinating. Let's take a very specific example. If you want to have a girlfriend, usually what happens is you really want a girlfriend, so you're chasing girls and you're texting them left and right. But what you're actually doing is you're chasing them away. And you know what happens when you don't chase for a girlfriend? It will just magically happen out of nowhere. Because then you're relaxed and you're content and grateful with the current self, and you don't have the signal going out of your body where you're not complete or whatever, and it is just really not attractive. Sadly gotta go, last words, bye, and if you have an error in your code, an error will occur. Thank you, Task, for hanging out, and I wish you a nice day. You have to face the mirror and say, no bugs in this game 3 times and the bugs will begin to haunt you. Okay, let's try. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try turning off the lights in my room. I'm gonna turn off all of the lights. And then we will do the ritual. Alright? I hope you're ready. The app wants to update. Okay, turn off the lights. Turn off all the lights. And then I will say it. Okay, we're going to say it together. No bugs in this game. No bugs in this game. No bugs in this game. Okay. Okay. I think they're ready to appear now. Let's turn off the lights again. I think think we did it. I think we did it. I think we have completed the ritual. Thank you very much for the suggestion. I hope the errors will now occur. There was actually, we recently watched a Korean variety show where it's about, I think it's called, what is it called? Detective High School? Wait a minute, Detective High School? What is it called? I forgot, but it was a really cool one. And they also had a season where a lot of weird shit happened, and at one point they had to do a ritual on a on the underside of a chair because there was a rune marked there, and they had to do a ritual. And the ritual was the following: they had there was a chair upside down, down on table, and they had to put a candle inside of the circle, and they had to light the candle during the night, so it was completely dark outside of the candle. Then all of them had to turn away from candle, and then for the ritual to work, to make the ghosts disappear, they had to leave the room without looking at the candle. And it was so fucking creepy. It was like you knew there was nothing happening, but you had to leave the room without looking at the candle because otherwise the ghost would appear or whatever. So to make the ritual work, they had to leave the room without looking at the candle. And it was so fucking creepy. My browser lagged, right, as I said, last no bugs in the game. Really? Oh my god. The cards have diversified a lot since I last played, like the ones for the spell cards and bosses. Yeah, that's true. Oh, just saw something. That's true, we have a lot of new art. The spells have, I think, 20 different art pieces that can appear, like this beautiful sky one. And also new art by the artist who is in chat. The artist is in chat, he's called Lufo. But yeah. I'm usually not a very superstitious person, but in the night, also in my dreams and whatever, for example, I really don't like when I have to stand up in the night, during the night, at like 3 or 4 a.m. when it's super dark, and I have to stand up to go to the toilet. There's always, I don't know what it is, but it always feels like somebody's following me. I don't know why that is, but I feel like the hair is standing up on the back of my body, and I get these goosebumps, and then I look down the hallway and I'm like, there's nobody there, but it feels like there's somebody there. It's always the same. So sometimes when I have to go to the toilet, I'm like, no, I'm not going, I will just go back to sleep. Who threw EFFI and got real? This is Lufo. All of that is Lufo. I will send you the link. That's your monkey brain acting up. Yeah, that's for sure. I totally believe that. So apparently, I couldn't actually just give it a shout out, but this is Lufo's art page. So I guess a lot of people in the past 10,000 years or whatever died because they went to they went to pee outside of the cave and they got mauled by a tiger. And I guess this is what we're still feeling nowadays. This is the monkey brain, right? But usually it also doesn't help when I see a trailer for a horror movie right before going to bed. It also doesn't help. Yesterday I saw a clip from It Follows. That didn't help at all. That didn't help at all. Do not exile me. It's fine. It Follows was great. It looked really cool. Like I've only seen the trailer and this one clip where the ghost or whatever is coming out of the hallway behind the woman. Such a good scene. I personally, and this is why I want to make a horror game next, I just really like it when you can make an atmosphere feel haunted with, you know, random sounds and stuff. I feel like, and that is why I feel like I should make a horror game next. Really got to me, but nothing gave me nightmares like Alien Isolation. Huh. Why Alien Isolation? I've never played it, but I can assume that it is really haunting because it's they did something really cool with the monster, right? Because it is actually intelligent and knows where you are and stuff like that. Sound design was too good. It's oppressive. Yeah, that is something that I really like about horror movies and stuff. I, for example, really liked the what is the quiet horror movie? What is it called? A Quiet Place. Yeah. I don't know if this is a good movie or not, a good horror movie, but I really liked it. Like I watched first and second one, and if you watch this trailer, I'm not gonna watch it here because of copyright strikes. So I don't wanna deal with that. But this trailer, the sound design of this trailer is so good. I don't know, but that is why I really like watching these movies. They have a very specific kind of sound. This is so good. I'm gonna link it. I could tell you a lot about AI. Are you talking about the alien AI or the one that we are dealing with in real life nowadays? The one that we are dealing with nowadays is definitely something. Oh, Alien Isolation AI. Oh, Alien Isolation is also abbreviated to AI. That's interesting. The gamer was speedrunning. You are speedrunning this? That's crazy. But it also gave you nightmares? Well, that sounds amazing. I'm speedrunning a game that is giving me nightmares. I call it exposure theory. Therapy. Axiom, I think resist is fine. Alright, now we're going to win this. I can feel it. Also, did I say I'm the best programmer and I have made 0 bugs in my entire life? Just saying. It doesn't help. You know what? You know what would be funny? The game crashing and having an error that I cannot fix before launch. Just because I taunted it so much. There is still one error I think that I have not fixed yet, but yeah, could be a minor bug. Shouldn't be that difficult to, or that intrusive, I guess. All right, we are in the 3rd chapter, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, provoked array is good. Oh no, I could have actually used a good trigger, yeah. Let's put you here. Ray is good. Yeah, let's do that. Not gonna sacrifice anything. We're just going to the shop. That's a good idea. A Lacrima pack and an enemy attack. Card bleed is better than first blood, that's for sure. And here we're going to have this and all allies. A lot of favor. We're doing our allies a lot of favor. Wow, that's crazy. I'm actually still waiting for a translation for Brazilian Portuguese. I hope she can give the translation to me before launch, because Brazilian Portuguese is one of the top languages on Steam. So that would be a huge win. But I haven't heard back from her in like a week. But I don't know if that's going to happen. But what you have to consider with a Steam release, you have to consider localizing it into the like top 10 languages on Steam. And there's actually an openly available statistic that Valve provides for game developers and stuff, where you can see the top 10 languages on Steam. And the top languages are Chinese, English, Russian, Brazilian Portuguese, and I think then it goes into Japanese, maybe Spanish. And you have to make sure that your game has these languages, because every language that you add is a multiplier. Yeah, you can actually, wait a minute, Steam language statistics. I have it written down, but let's look at what other people are saying. Yeah, there it is. Oh, German is actually here. Wow, that's crazy. English, simplified Chinese, Russian, Spanish, Spain, and Portuguese, Brazil. So if you have these, I already have Spanish. This one, Russian, simplified Chinese, English, German. I have Japanese. I don't have French yet. And I have someone working on that. I also have Polish, but I have someone working on Polish. And you see, if I have Portuguese, a Brazilian Portuguese, then it would be really, really cool. I think this is outdated information. I think this is outdated information because I think simplified Chinese has actually taken over English. I think this is a... Wait. Over 50%. No, wait. Here's the full list. Yeah, there it is. This was 8 months ago. Simplified Chinese was 33% and then English. The translation will be polished. Indeed. My worst pun today, I swear. I mean, it can only go downhill from here, I guess. Yeah, I wish it was polished, to be honest. Yeah, Turkish was also something I looked at. And it's always so interesting because you have simplified Chinese over here and then you have traditional Chinese and it's only 1%. Because usually people say you have to have both. But if you have only this, then you are already reaching the same audience as English. It's double your audience. It is so crazy. It is really, really crazy. So yeah, I think I have this, Japanese. Yeah, I think that's it. Chinese boomers are dying out. Yeah, I don't know. Also, I read somewhere that if you only have simplified Chinese and no traditional Chinese, then it is actually a political statement, but I'm not sure about that. I'm just an indie dev. Leave me alone with your politics. I'm not making a statement here. I'm just, I have to pay 600 euros for all of the languages. Each language costs approximately 400 to 600 euros or whatever. It depends on who is, if you have friends or not, I guess. And that is the problem with then adding new text, because every time you want to add new text, it costs you by the word. For example, one of the languages was costing me 0.06 euros per word. And that quickly, builds up. Apparently it's true. Tavan uses traditional Chinese. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is. But thanks for looking it up. Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure, but I think it was like that. That is why it's a political statement. It can be taken as a political statement. It is not in my case. I'm just saying. You have to be kind of. It is. Yeah. It is what it is. I'm gonna sell this one. Take this one. And then we're taking it to the boss. Let's have an all allies. Enemy attack. I just saw a bug. I just saw a bug. I don't know if it's worth fixing, but I just saw a bug. If you click here, you're clicking on the money in the background. I can actually click on this. It works over here, so it's fine. That is a very minor issue, but it's there. Damn, it is a layering issue, yeah. We actually found a bug, yeah. Turns out I'm not the best programmer in the world. Oh shit. Well, can I take it back now, please? The incantation worked. Shit. Okay. I don't know how to fix this because I remember that this was a problem in the past. So I'm not really sure what happened there. That's really... Okay, let's look at it in 3D. Let's put on our 3D classes. And now everything is in 3D. Okay, yeah, that's... The problem is... Here is the money. It is actually behind the money, that's the reason. So I guess it is the same for the graveyards. Wait a minute. It is not the same for the graveyards. Why is this... Okay, why is the graveyard working? But not the gold. There is something... There's a bit of a difference in the gold, I guess. Wait a minute. No way we actually found a bug. That's crazy. Let's see. Gold. Player money. Player gold button. Player gold button is just a regular old box collider. What about the graveyard? It's also just a regular... Is enabled. Has a box collider. The easiest way to fix this is whenever I'm in the inventory, in the full inventory, then I can disable the buttons in the background. But wait a minute, this should not be active. That is what I'm not understanding. It says cards menu is active, but the hover is working, yeah. The hover is also working for the graveyard icon. You can see that the icon in the background is actually showing the hover sprite here. I don't know if you can see that. But it still allows me to click it. So that is the weird difference. Here I cannot click it and it shows the hover state. And here I can click it, but it also shows the hover state. So there's a difference in... I don't know what. Because they are exactly the same, are they? Wait a minute. Player gold button is a box collider. Oh. Ah. The graveyard icon is a box collider 2D. It has only 2 dimensions. The gold button is in 3 dimensions. I see. Huh. So is it actually in the front of this? Yeah, it is. It still doesn't really tell me why. Wait a minute, is this also a 3-dimensional box? No. No, this is also a 2D one. The cantation worked. That is, it is a good thing that we are seeing this now. Let's appreciate the fact. But also, I'm kind of terrified to fix this. Huh. The hover is overlaying my button, but only the enemy attack. I'm trying to think what the best solution for this problem would be, because I can in theory deactivate the parts in the background, but then I have to be really, really sure about reactivating them. To be honest, I think the best course of action would be to mark this down and fix after launch. Unless I find a really good fix for this, but the problem is I can disable 3D colliders in the back. Or how do I say this? In UI? Disable 3D colliders in HUD when inventory open. Re-enable them when closing inventory. This is the solution, but I'm not sure if this will cause any side effects. So now we have to think from the point of view of a player. If you stumble upon this, will you give the game a negative review or not? Is this worthy of a negative review? Cannot even click on the UI. The UI needs updates, or OS is a nothing burger and can be fixed after launch. It is only affecting the second one to the left, and only if you have this many Lacrima. And you can still get it if you can still click on it if you're here. So it is almost no issue. And you can also click on it with controller. It is a really minor issue. I'm trying to talk myself out of fixing that. I think I'm gonna leave it. I think I'm not gonna touch it. Would it actually get solved if I disable the collider? That's the question. Gold button, collider. If I disable the collider, does it work? Yes. Alright, so that would indeed be the solution. Wow. Let's take a look. I'm not sure I want to touch this one, but let's take a look. So my my gut feeling says I should not touch this. And I think it's right. Because this is giving me anxiety. I will not do this. I will make a note of this for after launch. And we will fix this after launch. Yes, that's what we're gonna do. That's going to be... Oh yeah, this is another thing that we have to think about. Bug. Let's put a screenshot here. When having 3 rows of quick equip Lacrima, it button, gold button prevents clicking. Alright. I'm gonna give myself a screenshot here. Oh my god. Yeah, no, my gut's feeling says I will have to leave this one. Because anything that has to do with the menu is critical. If I screw up the menu, then I will cause soft locks, and that is not a good thing. You don't want to have soft locks. So I'm gonna put this here, and then I'm gonna make a screenshot. Open it in OrbanView. And do it like this. That's fine. But hey, the ritual worked. I have been humbled. Very nice. Let's see if we can do this again. I'm gonna add another Lakhammer here. So the other question is the following. Right now, in the lower left corner, it says press F8 to submit feedback, right? Does this give you a feeling of the game being complete or not? Should I disable this message, press F8 to submit feedback for the full release or not? That is a question that I have in my head. Because on the one hand, yes, I want people to submit feedback. But if it then looks like an early access game or a demo or whatever, or a beta test, I feel like I should remove that sentence. Or at least hide it. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I feel like I should remove it. I mean, I know it's not very obvious, because it's just very small in the lower left corner. I don't know. I might also be overthinking it. That's actually something that could happen, yeah. Overthinking stuff, close to launch. Let's see if we can win this fight. Card blade. Gino, maybe only show it in the settings. Good point, yeah. And hello. Only show it in the settings, huh? It could work. Let's see, I'm gonna write it down. F8 to submit feedback. Only show in settings. That could work. True. Yeah, I like that idea. I think I'm gonna try that. Please, boss, let me kill you. Thank you very much. There we go. I have successfully won a run. Won a run. Won a run. That's very cool. I'm a gamer. Yeah, let's try that. F8 to submit feedback. Also, I've wrapped up the soundtrack yesterday. I spent the entire day working on the soundtrack and finishing it. So you can actually see it here. Oh, never mind. I need to tell Google what cars look like. Oh my god. I wrapped up the soundtrack, and you can see here in the Faith in Despair album, tracks and audio, we have Satan Sonata featuring Gino Elsner. I don't know who that guy is, but it is ready. The only thing that I have to do now is I want to listen to it after stream, like one more time with headphones and stuff. But I listened to it a lot of times yesterday, like the entire day. I just want to make one final check, see if the files are working and stuff like that. But then it's out. Yeah, then it's going to be released. I'm not sure if it's going to be released in time for November the 12th. There is still a few days, and usually the distribution is very quick. But yeah, we will see. I don't know. Also, I chose this as the album cover. I think this is pretty cool. I just wanted to have the angel on the album. You know why? This is a bit of a, you know, it kind of gave me the Nirvana in Utero vibes, and I was like, wait a minute, that could actually be a nice, a nice little throwback just for me, you know. Yeah. Hello Max, how's it going? So I put it in the exact same spot, and I don't know. It's kind of cool. Yeah. Nice little Easter egg there, a little bit. I mean, it's just an angel, you know. It's angel tend to look like that pretty quickly. But yeah, that is the status of the soundtrack. It's going good. How about me? I'm doing very good. This is the game that I'm currently working on. It is called Faith in Despair. It is a roguelike deck builder. You can create your own cards using triggers, actions, and modifiers, and then you play against death for eternity. It is inspired by Inscription, Slay the Spire, Magic the Gathering, and the Final Fantasy VII Material System. It is a lot, and it's coming out next week on Wednesday. And I'm both very anxious and very calm at the same time. It is a very weird state to be in, to be honest. It's like on one hand, I'm like, oh yeah, the game is done, whatever. And on the other hand, I'm like, oh shit. And to be perfectly honest, my previous game, Half-Brick Trilogy, has had a lot of players over the years, but no game of mine has had this many wishlists before launch. I mean, it has 3,000 wishlists at the moment. So I feel like a lot of people are going to play it. Fingers crossed indeed, yeah. So what I'm doing today is I'm just going to keep testing the game, and I'm gonna do a final push today. Hopefully it's the final one before launch. I want to push the build today because then I still have like 3 or 4 days to figure out if there are any bugs in the build, because some people are still playing the demo. And then it's done. Then it's done. And alongside that, I'm also going to release the soundtrack DLC. It's already on the page actually. I see you were still playing it. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna release a new build today. See if if everything is going according to plan. But yeah, this is the soundtrack DLC. Here are all the musicians. I also added the handpan yesterday because Mark Dolchin sent me a handpan recording for the shop track. Then I went to multi-sadism. I mean, sure, that is an option. And right now I'm doing a lot of overthinking actually, because as I said earlier, the button, the text here, it says press F8 to submit feedback. But I feel like that makes it look like the game is not finished. I mean, I still want to do updates, but it feels almost like a beta version or whatever. So maybe I will just hide this sentence. I'm kind of wondering what Subnautica is doing. Does anybody of you play Subnautica? Because I remember... okay, this one is not out yet. What is the first one? Because I remember they had a similar sentence on screen, and I think... Did they remove the sentence when they went to version 1.0? Or not? That is the question that I have in my mind at the moment. But yeah. I will just show it in the settings. I think Gino had a pretty good idea. Like if you go to options, then I could still display it here. I think that's the Word of text on Twitch, yeah. Usually people say this to something like that. The AI in Alien Isolation uses a behavior tree. Initially, only a few behaviors are available. They get unlocked by player action. Repeatedly using the same distraction could eventually make the alien take less time to investigate. Oh. It sells the illusion of learning AI. The AI is also split in two. At the high level, it keeps the alien near the player and keeps track of the pacing. Has the player seen the alien? Did they almost run into each other? Then take pressure off and make it retreat for a moment. That's really cool, yeah. But the fact that you can speedrun it this way by not making a lot of interactions, that is actually interesting. That's actually interesting. Subnautica, well, I've seen it but didn't play it. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I think because I remember the form that he had in Subnautica was a big part of why the game was so successful. But I think they also removed it when they went version 1.0. I don't know. But we will try to do what Tino suggested. I'm gonna see if we can bring this to the front. Pause menu. 60. Alright, that is really... I mean, it's so... it's barely visible. But I think it's okay. Yeah. Let's try that. Let's put this to pause menu. Let's put this on a 60. We are also going to disable it, so it is not on by default. But if we open the start menu, whatever, I think it's called show pause, open pause. Where is the pause? Oh my god. Call enter? No. Pause screen. So yeah, at the moment I'm hoping that everything is going to go according to plan. I mentioned it earlier, but there will be one YouTuber with a video on November the 12th, and also there will be a Twitch streamer on November the 12th who's going to stream the game. So I feel like there will be a lot of eyes on the game on launch day. That is good. And then everything else is out of my control. I did the best I could. And that's it. I did everything in my power. Well, not everything in my power. I could still, you know, go outside with the giant banner and yell at everybody in their faces, "Buy Faith in Despair! Do it!" Instead of streaming here and sitting here on my table, I could be outside, you know. But we're not going to do it. The good old giant banner, yes. Somebody's, I think Task suggested that I should just have the giant banner strapped to my back and just go through Vienna. I have one from the convention, yes. Yes. I think that's not it. Game City. There it is. So in theory, I could take this because it weighs like 5 kilo or whatever. It just goes through Vienna. If I was a crazy person, which, damn, that's huge. It is huge, yeah. But it's relatively light, actually. Pause the game. So on control disconnect, on start update. Okay, so this is the function that gets called everywhere. That's nice. And right here, we will say card game manager, version number, toggle version number, What does that do? All right, I'm gonna just. Oh no, that's the feedback text. I wanna say public void hide feedback text and public void show feedback text. Nice class, by the way. Thank you. They were a gift from my wife. Hide feedback text. Set active false and set active true. Then we're going to go here and we'll say pause game show feedback text, and when we are leaving the game, leaving the pause screen, does it say unpause? Yeah, unpause game, set unpaused. Hide pause screen. Do we have access to the card game manager here or not? We have. Okay, awesome. That's really good. Spaghetti code for the win. Hide feedback text. And there it is. Chino's idea is alive. It lives. You can wear it like a cape. Yeah, probably. I could probably do that. Just cut it out from the metal or whatever, and then just wear it like a flag or whatever. I should just, you know, go into the St. Stephen Cathedral and just go up there and then just place the banner down right here, right here, so that all of Austria can see it. That's what I should do, you know, instead of sitting here. You would stick out like a sore thumb, yeah. That's what that's what you always do when you are a game developer, to be fair. People really think it's an actual angel. Yeah, maybe it's actually just part of the lore, you know? Part of the Bible. Gino, it works. Look at it. If I go to the pause menu, press F8 to submit feedback. It is really small, but that's cool. Nice. I could probably make the version number also be in front. Because why not? Actually, no, I will keep it where it is. Alright, that was a good one. I mean, a banner showing an angel, yeah. Faith in Despair, is this a campaign to combat atheism in the cities? Yes. Yes, it is. It is a statement. It is a statement, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Oh, I'm in options here. Okay, that's fine. That is really interesting. When I go to the options, then it's gone. Let's not worry about that. It is a small detail. It is working the first time you go into the pause menu. Nice. Alright. What next? I think I'm just gonna play another run. Yeah. Just one more run and see if we stumble upon anything else. But this is from... This is done. On insurance settings. Thanks to Gino. Thanks, Gino. Cool. Let's play one more run and see if we... Actually, I want to see the Invoker run and see what happens with the angels. How much does a translator earn per word again? It is 0.06 euros per word. So if you have 5,000 words times 0.06, that is 300 euros. 5,000 words. And this is the... I mean, I don't know if this is the usual rate. Some people only charge 5,000 words, not 500. So 5,000 words for 300 euros. But some people have charged less, some people will charge more, I don't know. It is I would say the average. Okay, yeah, it works. It works. I completely forgot how to play this. So I mean, probably butcher this. We'll see. I did a translation in my spare time. Want to see how much it is worth. Oh, you translated something into German? Oh, that's really cool. How many words was it? So how much money could you have gotten in theory? Let's see. Echo, Poison, Grudge. I guess that's fine on this one. There was an official one, but it was bad and text didn't fit, etc. Oh yeah. Not sure how to count the words yet. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you are going to submit your translation to the game devs, maybe they will fix it, I don't know. But it is also hard to tell because they don't know if it's correct. So yeah. La 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 la. Is this Unity engine? Yes, it is. This is my favorite engine of all time. Unity. Do we have an About Unity section? Yes, we have. Oh my god. It is not showing the splash screen though, because the splash screen is hilarious. But yeah, I've been working with Unity for 10 years now. Like I started working in 2015, made my first small game. It was a Pong clone, and then I made a smaller Catty Betty game, and then I made a bigger Catty Betty game, and then I made a tournament remaster, and here we are today. You knew it? How did you know it? Where did it say Unity? or do you mean because of the editor? Can you smell it when it's made with Unity? It's like, this smells like Unity. I can't really put my finger on it, but I think this is Unity. Look up. It says Windows, Mac and Linux. There's no... I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. They hired a new person and it's better now. I was a bit late in asking them. Okay. You still maintain it though and have hundreds of subs to it. Hundreds of subs to what? To a Reddit? I'm a little confused. I don't need shield probably, no. Let's remove that. Ah, to the workshop item of the translation. Ah, I see. Yeah, it's nice to hear that you're using Unity Engine. Are you making games as well? Because there's usually it's either but I prefer Unreal or I prefer Godot. Sometimes, whenever there's another Unity game dev in chat, then it's like, oh yeah, I also use Unity. Why not? I kind of have some old game engine to make. You want to make an old game engine? Or are you working with an old game engine? Or do you want to work on an old game engine? So far, it's looking good. Oh yeah, we could also add the new art. That's what we can do. Lufo, where is he? You got 5 days left. That's true, man. I think this is too dark. Can barely see anything. I mean, we can test it out, but it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be really tough. Maybe if we launch, it's fine. Let's download it. And then we're going to edit. I like RPG Maker, Ace, FPS Creator, and Ultimate Doom Builder. Ah, okay. So you're using these kinds of engines to make games? Is that what you're saying? I think that is really cool. As someone who started with Half-Life modding, I really appreciate it when there are like easily accessible engines and games out there that allow modding or allow creating games. Because that is exactly what happened to me. I would not be here where I am today without Half-Life. Isn't that crazy? And the fact that you could easily modify Half-Life is only because of John Carmack. Because John Carmack always said, while making Quake and Doom and whatever, he always had a mindset of, yeah, but this needs to be moddable. People need to be able to make content for this easily. And I think that's really, really cool. Did Affinity just die? I think Affinity died. Hello? Oh, never mind. It was a user error. But yeah, if John Carmack didn't have the mindset of letting the games be easily moddable and stuff, then I would not have been able to make maps for Half-Life, and would have not been able to make mods for Half-Life. Half-Quake would not be a thing. I mean, Quake would not be a thing either, so yeah. But you know, that's the benefit. I'm gonna save this in the assets. It's funny how these things develop. There used to be a lot of games that came with an editor. Yeah, that's true. I think it used to be a lot more common. I remember Heroes of Might and Magic. There was a Heroes of Might and Magic editor. It was so cool. Can I see the editor for Heroes of Might and Magic 4? Probably not. Oh yeah, there it is. Campaign editor, let's make... Like, this stuff is used to be so awesome. Oh my god, don't start, yeah. I'm using the FPS X9 because it's my nostalgic, and I came back to use it, and something I noticed that when I went to play Slenderman Mansion, I just saw that it's made with that engine. That's really cool. My third Half-Quake Ghost? What? Which one? Ah, a Wunderground? from Lupus Rex, this one. I spent hundreds of hours in the Heroes 3 editor. Oh yeah, the Warcraft 3 one. Dude. Did you know I made a Warcraft 3 map? You probably didn't know that. But I made one, yeah. I don't think it's anywhere online anymore. Assets. Resources. Card art. Angels. We need to replace maybe LR17, yeah. That's a good one. Angel, yes, correct. Cool, we have +1 art. Gasp, you use that music player? Yes, I do. Good old Winamp. It never lets me down. And you know, if you have a llama around that needs ass kicking, that's the only tool. I made a Warcraft map, yeah. Warcraft editor was the shit. Dude, Warcraft editor was so good. Let me see if I can find my old Warcraft map. Let's dig into the into the past. Oh, there's an ad break. Okay. I will be right back. Hold your llamas. All right. Let's see if we can find it. We need to use the time machine because it is not on my website anymore. But it used to be on my old website. It was I don't know, I don't really remember what it was. I think it was something with sheep. Of course it was. Well, let's see. Wayback Machine. Welcome back. Welcome back, victim. Welcome back. Did you visit Alice? HTTPS mothersheep.com. I think it was, yeah. No, wait. Let's go back to good old times. 2006. I think this should still have the the link. I think it's also still on my FTP. I think it's still on my server somewhere. Alright. Tower Defense Park, there it is. When did I make this? Oh, in the year 5199. Okay. It's a Tower Defense Park. You have to build towers, trees, decorations, blah blah blah. And here are some screenshots. Wow, look at it. The year I was born. No way. Shit. That's crazy. Please don't tell me that's true. Wow. Frequently asked questions. Tower Defense is a custom game, blah blah blah. It's almost the same, blah blah blah. What is the goal? The goal is to be the first businessman who reaches this goal limit. Alright, it's cool. Thanks to Nigelines for the inspiration. Okay, I will send you the link. It's 3D, oh my god, like what the hell. But yeah, I think this link is actually still working. Oh no, it's not working. Wait a minute. tdp.zip? Does this work? No, it's not working, right? No. However, let me see. Can I open this? Yeah, I can. Let me see if it's on my server. It might be. Looks like a maze map. I mean, it's kind of a maze map with like a tower defense map. Because I really like tower defense. I was addicted to tower defense maps. I was been using World Editor when I was a kid. World Editor? You mean for Half-Life? Worldcraft? Or was it something else? Or is World Editor the editor for Warcraft? I'm so confused. 17,000 English words. That is a lot. 17, how much is that? 70,000 times 0.06. 4,200 euros. Yeah, that's what happens when you have a lot of words. Let me see if I have this on my account somewhere. On my server. I'm not showing my screen because I'm not sure what I can show here. Wait. Net. Okay. Download. Games. Tauri, there it is. It's actually still on my server. Netformativ.com. Download. Games. Tower Defense Park .zip. Does this work? It does. Alright. I don't have Warcraft 3 installed, but if you wanna test it out, if it's still working, there you go. I have maps of Tower Defense. Nice. Dude, I loved Tower Defense. Tower Defense was like crack to me back then. We played. I only bought Warcraft 3 because of Tower Defense. I didn't even touch the campaign or played any other multiplayer. I just played Tower Defense. Tower Defense and maybe a little bit of Dota here or there. Definitely going to check that out on the weekend. Alright. Let me know how it goes, because I haven't played this in like years. I don't even know when I made this. It doesn't say. This was after Sunrise? Wait. No. Sunrise was still in development. It wasn't. Oh wow. That was still in development with Vino. Holy shit. That is amazing. What is that? What is that? Abspielen, please? Why is there so much in this web? Really? Because of us, yeah. Oh my god. That was the old Big Sunrise intro page. Rising soon. That was in 2004. My guy You're lying. You're lying to yourself and to your audience. Okay, never mind. Rising soon, my ass. Alright, we have the new art. Zip file says 2004 in June. Okay, that's crazy. The crazy thing is I have Counter-Strike map for Warcraft 3. I know it sounds crazy, but didn't know that people does that. Is it like a top-down thing with where they switch the models around? I think. I mean, I can kind of see how that would work. A top-down D dust. Oh my god. It actually looks kind of. It sounds kind of cool. Oh my god, that was a blast from the past. Ray, what does that do? Oh yeah, that's cool. Yep, and you can use weapons and grenades. Let me see that. Counter-Strike map. Oh. Map for Warcraft 3. Oh, Counter-Strike TD? No, not. That's not what you mean. That is not what you mean. I think I played this back then. That's TD. Warcraft? Oh. Ah, that's probably it, right? Is it? No, that's not it. That is just straight up Counter-Strike. That's not a Warcraft edition. What? Can you give me a link? Is that it? Or can you send me a video? That would be nice. You're playing like a 3D top-down view Counter-Strike. That's really, really cool. I want to see that. I want to see a video of that, please. It sounds cool. Oh man. These were the times. Playing Counter-Strike, Warcraft 3, Diablo 2. Nostalgia. Back home? Okay, cool. Let's pray a little bit. All good. Pray more. Poison. I could probably... No, never mind. Close this. My wife was stalking me just now. I always tell her, why doesn't she say something? And she's like, no, she's shy. Okay, so far it's looking good. I think we have a pretty good build here. I'm not trying to jinx it this time. I'm fine with it. I'm okay with that. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Now I just wanna win the run, and I think that's it. I think I have gained confidence that this might be okay. That everything is going to be okay. This is what I keep writing. Like currently, I think I've told this before, but I still write diary entries, journal entries every day since I was a kid. Like I have diaries in the cupboard behind me from when I was 11 years old, and I still do it today, only in a digital version. And at the moment, what I like to write to myself is, everything is going to be alright. That is how I currently talk to myself. But yeah, writing diaries is good. It's like a mantra. Maybe. It's like, I don't know if you guys know the author called Wolfgang Hohlbein. One of the... No. Stop killing me. There's a great track by St. Clitus with the same title. Okay. Do send it. St. Clitus, everything will be fine. Alright. I will listen to it. The stream. I guess this is it. Holy crap! This is like an indie band or whatever. Right? This is not a big band. I mean, big in terms of audience. No million sellers or whatever. 11 years ago? What the fuck? It's a man from Luxembourg? Okay, cool. It's niche? That's very nice. Support indie artists, small artists. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Something about... What was I gonna say? Alexa, remind me. No, Alexa, stop. An author, yeah, thank you. There's an author called Wolfgang Holbein. Brilliant author, by the way. He's a German author. Really cool books. I really love them. And there is something that he always says, and it's like, for example, a character says, "It's going to be alright," and then what? Have you ever read Das Druidentor? No, wait a minute. I don't think I have. Oh my god. This is such a simple story, but it immediately is like, I wanna read that. It's really cool. But anyway, there's something that he always does, and when a character says it's going to be alright, he said only to calm himself down. So basically, this is something that he does a lot, where a character says something to somebody else, but then the author then says, yeah, but he also said it because he wanted to calm himself down or to soothe himself, and that's, yeah, it's just really like a Holbein phrase, and he has a bunch of these. But this is like an in-joke between me and my wife. Every time when we're in the kitchen or whatever, and it's like, it's going to be alright. He said to himself to assure himself. And it's the Holbein coming out. Yeah, I really like Holbein. I think my favorite Holbein book is Hagen von Tronje. I think that's my favorite book from... I don't know if it's in English. Probably not. Not even sure if this is actually... Are his books translated into English? Is it Wunderground? If you're talking about the song that you meant earlier when you said this is your second favorite Halfquake soundtrack, then yes, it is Wunderground by Lupus Rex. Something like that. But yeah, Hagen von Tronje is definitely... I think this is my favorite book from Holbein. It's really, really good. But I don't know if his books are translated. I think some of them are, right? Into other languages. I mean, if you look like this, then you are an author, right? It's like... He looks like a wizard. He looks like Gandalf. The author's name literally trends to Wolfgate Hololeg. That's true, yeah. I was talking about this bookstore. I don't know if an English version of Wolfgang Holbein exists, but I want to know if an English version of his books exists. Viele seiner Wahl nicht alleine, yeah, that's true. It doesn't say. I would assume that some of his books would would be translated because they're so good, right? I don't know. Man. That's a lot of books. I do that when playing Magic, when an opponent says, I'm not a threat. He said holding a board. Oh yeah, I'm not a threat, and then he's holding a board up. Yeah. That's yeah, exactly. That's that's it. I would say that is a very good situation. I wish there was a translated version of Gottes Rambo. What is that? Helge Meyer. I've not heard of that. That was the guy who modified his Camaro to deliver supplies in Bosnia during the war. Oh, alright. I mean, that is out of my bubble, I guess. Out of the German bubble of everything is alright in the world. Yeah, my other favorite author, apart from Holbein, is Ephraim Kishon. And I'm not sure if that is okay to say nowadays, because I think Ephraim Kishon. He was an Israeli author, but he was living in... Interesting, I forgot about that. He was in... No, he was Hungarian. Wait, that's really... Okay. He was a Hungarian-born Israeli author. Okay. Interesting. In a middle-class Jewish family in Budapest, Hungary. Okay, I see. Okay, that makes sense. World War II. Yeah. But this author wrote some really, really cool books. And he's still influencing everything I do nowadays. That's how influential his books were to me. Because he writes really, really good satire. Really good satire. Yeah, he's a satirist. Like, every time you read something from him, it's always so... like, the humor is really biting, and... and there were some really, really cool books by him. I don't really know which one of these, but I have read, like, at one point I had like this book, this big of a book of him, of just short stories, and everything I do, like every time I write something, it is still influenced by this guy. So it's really, really good. There are only German and Danish versions available. Okay. Engleska. Ephraim Kishon, yeah, I know him. I have a short, funny story book from him. The story is like when the car had a running nose. Yeah. And there was another story of him where the washing machine got a life of its own, because, you know, it obviously was broken, but it always moved on its own and stuff. Yeah. But what I really, really liked about his stories is how they escalated. It was a completely normal real-life situation, and then it, out of left field, it completely escalated, and somebody draws a gun or whatever. And you know that it's a satire, but it has this weird, serious taste to it. I just really, really enjoyed that. Yeah. That is why I like satire so much. Because of this guy. Can I sacrifice this? No. Can I sacrifice the controller? Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure there are no bugs in this game. It is a bit like Half-Quake. Well, now you know why. Half-Quake was definitely Ephraim Kishon inspired. I think Holbein and Ephraim Kishon were the authors that had the biggest impact on me. Half-Gag being a game satire, yes. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what it is. Suddenly people get killed and you ask yourself why. Yeah, maybe that's why. But also, you know, it makes fun of RPGs and whatever and stuff like that. I just really like that sort of thing. I think I like them so much that I recently read through my old diaries in the cupboard behind me, and there was one line that really stuck out to me. I think when I was 12 or 13 or 14 years old, I wrote in my diary that one day I'm gonna be a published author. And that was so interesting to read. Half-Gag was a satire of RPGs. I just mean that one part where you are in the sadistic village. That was just a satire of RPGs, not the whole game. Lol, same. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what other books I read. I did have a time where I read a lot of books that were based on movies and not the other way around. And that was always really interesting. I think that one was called Dante's Peak, right? Yeah. Wait a minute, when did this come out? Is this the one? Yeah, this is, yeah, it is. 1997. This was a you know, Pierce Brosnan movie, and there was a book based on the movie. I don't know why I liked reading that sort of thing, but I always, when I've seen a movie in the cinema or whatever, or on TV or on DVD, then I always wanted to read the book version of it. And I remember this book so much because it used onomatopoeia. So whenever something happened, like a huge bridge collapsed or whatever, I remember this was in German. This was the sentence. I don't know, the lava descended down the mountain. And then it said crash or crashing. In German it actually said krachen. The bridge collapsed. And I don't know, that just stuck to me because it was so weird. Like, why would you write this way in a book? This looks like a comic to me. But yeah, it was unique. That is definitely what that was. That's definitely what that was. Oh my god. My teacher said you have to introduce speech with Anne said or Fred asked. She said only author. Oh my god. Oh my, don't get me started on that. My thought was, I'm becoming an author then. Yeah, exactly. It was basically going to be Jurassic Park, but with a time machine. Dude, I totally get it. Jurassic. I did write some fan fiction about Star Trek combined with Jurassic Park and stuff like that. So yeah, I guess we were in a similar boat. But dude, this is driving me crazy. My teacher said you have to introduce speech with Anne said, Fred asked. She said only authors may omit it. That is, I had the same experience when I was in an English, I don't know what the word is, Nachhilfe, an after study or whatever. And I wrote a story in English. And it was a similar thing. Because I like to, you know, if you have a direct speech, then sometimes when you're directly inside of the speeches, do this, he said. No, I will not. She answered. And then you can just keep going. Yes, you have to. No, I don't have to do anything. Like at some point, you can omit who is saying because your brain is like automatically switching between the voices. And then the English teacher also was like, you cannot do this. Only authors can do this. And I'm like, okay, but what the hell are you talking about? Dude, it is so weird that you had the same experience. That is crazy. Like, only authors can do it? What is this line of thinking? That you have to be a humble person to not write better than the big authors? You should not be better than gods or whatever. What is that? How do you even arrive at that conclusion? To even teach this to children? Like, I don't know. It is crazy to me. You're purposefully putting other people down, so your favorite author does not get dethroned. Or what is the thinking behind that? That is crazy. That actually grinds my gears. I'm rolling, yeah, same, dude. Internally, I'm also rolling. I don't understand what how you can keep people that small. Only authors do that. Yeah, you know what authors were before they were authors? Not authors. They were just children or teenagers like me. And then they became authors because they wrote whatever they wanted. Dude. That is actually insane. I feel so vindicated now that I finally found another person who experienced the absolute same thing. That is really crazy. Only took like 25 years. Only took 25 years. I don't need ally attack. Warcry. Get the hell out of there. Ally attack doesn't work because we don't have allies that attack. I hope you made it to chapter 3, otherwise your game is too hard. No, I've won. I've won. And I'm on my second playthrough with a different deck, with the Invoker deck. Everything is going according to plan. It's all going fine. We have weak, we have a little bit of a doom going on, and now we're at the second boss, and we're going to win. Teaching someone the limits of creativity usually teaches them the limits of your creativity, not theirs, I would say. I agree. It is, I would even say that they just teach you what they have been taught. Like, only an author can do that. Ah, okay, I'm so sorry. I will also tell this to my children. Or to my pupils. Oh my god, this is driving me nuts. But yeah, it just gets handed down. I'm trying to think, I don't even remember what I said. I think I just accepted it and just did it anyway because I'm like, okay, who is she? Who is she? Why does she think that she can tell me what not to do? Because if you read a lot of books and you see other people write that way, of course you will write this way. You can. That is one of the best things that will happen when you write something, and you slowly adopt the writing style of the author that you're currently reading. I think this is beautiful. I think this is actually a really, really cool thing that can happen to you. Like, I always wrote short stories a long time back, and when I started reading Wolfgang Holbein, I of course wrote like Holbein for a short period of time. Right? I'm going to write a new letter of application. Last one got rejected yesterday. What the hell? What? Whoa, what? A new letter of application. Last one. You got rejected from the job that you applied? Oh no. What are you going to try next? What is your next target? I think I actually have to sell one spell because it's becoming a bit too much. I don't need this one. Should I redraw? Yes. Yes, let's redraw. I said this earlier in the stream. I have a real problem with people telling me what I can and cannot do. So whenever I hear something like that, it's like, it gets under my skin, for sure. Sadly, next up is a reseller of network equipment, and they want a product for the photographer. Wow! A product photographer. Well, I hope you can get it. Fingers crossed for you. Okay, let's redraw. Oh shit. It's all going according to plan. It's all fine. Please die. Okay, never mind. Sure. Let's give me another curse. That's fine. I can survive this. Everything is looking okay. Otherwise, give me an automaton, please. Thank you very much. Do I need to pray? No, it's fine. Give me another automaton, please. Maybe you should also consider dying. Thank you very much. It happened. The dying actually happened. Let's put you here. Actually, you know what? Echo, repeat, grudge. Do we want echo instead of grudge? Or is that alright? That's fine. I know a person in there, and she said they have trouble finding a person because real photographers are bored quite fast because it's very rudimentary and repeating process. I see, yeah. Well, that means they can pay you a lot more because your position is really wanted. You just have to apply and say, and when they suggest a price, then you will say, oh yeah, I will take that plus 25% because you cannot find anybody else. I worked as a product photographer, best job of my life. It does sound very cool, yeah. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but fingers crossed, yeah. Fingers crossed hard. Fingers entwined. Fingers curled up. Fingers entangled. I even crossed my toes for good. Yeah, that's a good one. Good call. For me, it's just getting a job because I run out of money. Otherwise, yeah. The money is like quicksand. Hello, Aaron. Did you know that my second name is Aaron? My second real life name is Aaron. I miss Halfquake Sunrise. Wow. You know that makes me feel really good because Halfquake Sunrise was a very tough project to get out of the window. Out of the window? Why did I say out of the window? It's okay, yeah, I threw Halfquake Sunrise out of the window. Sure. But anyway, thanks for seeing that. Oh my god. Enemy debuffed, we can We can do this on deck shuffled maybe. That sounds good. And maybe not stone skin, but no, that's fine. Everything will work out fine, I'm certain of it. Yes. Lightning strikes twice. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Or lightning never strikes twice. I know you're not trying to tell me anything, I'm just joking. Oh my god, just don't do that. Do not do that. I want to win. I remember some sketches about your idea playing a cube and the trailer you made for that. Yeah, that's true. That is there is a video about that. That is absolutely true. These are the Half-Brick Sunrise, the early years. This was the old intro. This was the old intro, man. That is crazy. Their wake was still part of it, part of the team. Wow, look at all of these graphics. I had just discovered Spirit of Half-Life, so there was all of this new stuff that I could do. Like fade things out, it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy technology. And the spinning sun. I don't know, it looks a little shit, to be honest. But for a Half-Life mod it looks fine, you know. Oh my god, the effects. How did Mothership do that? I think is what I wanted people to feel like. And then it fades into this and this starts to spin, and then I talk about why life sucks for about 5 minutes. And then you get to see this and the title of the level. And the first level looked like this. And that's it. And I remember I showed this level to the Awake. And I expected, you know, 100% praise and oh my god, you're so awesome, Mothership. And he said, it's boring. What is this? And I was so devastated after this. I was like, wait a minute, not everything I create is gold. This is really cool though. This is a really nice effect. I should use this at some point. So the test map. And then this is the second one, yeah, where you're playing a cube. You're just playing a cube, mocking around. And we never finished it because there was a bug that we never fixed. We were not able to fix it because you could not save and load while being on the ground. You would always have to jump, save, and then you would not get stuck. Yeah, that's it. Or it was horrible to play. But I really liked it, I don't know. I felt like I had to do something super different. I could just not make another Half-Brick game in. So it needed to be something very different. Fast save and reload was crucial for Half-Brick. I know, yeah, and it not working, it killed the entire project because I was like, well, if you cannot quick load and quick save, what the hell are we doing? And Vino was not able to find a solution, so we had to scrap the project, yeah, unfortunate. But nowadays, I feel like this would be relatively easy with Unity. To be honest, I could probably make a version of this relatively easily. Another question is if anybody would like to play this. But yeah, that's the early years of Half-Brick Sunrise. Can you convert .map files? There are... I looked into this because I wanted to have Half-Brick running in Unity and Godot. So I did a lot of research. And there are certain plugins where you can load map files and also BSP files in Unity. So in theory it's possible, but there is no out-of-the-box solution for all of the entities. For example, if you have a function door, you have to write this functionality behind it yourself, so it only imports the maps and stuff, and even then the lighting is maybe not correct. So yeah, there's a lot of things going on. Oh, can you convert map files? That was a different question, I guess. Asking for a friend, so to speak. Yeah, again, there are some plugins for Godot and for Unity that actually work with BSP files and for map files. BSPs often had filtered out all light entities. See, that's what I don't understand, because BSPs are the baked files, right? Where the light information should be baked in. Isn't that right? A piece of cake nowadays? I think so too, yeah. Like jump and run part is give it a shot and remake it. I mean, maybe I don't know. We will see what the future brings. The problem that I have with that is I don't know if anybody would play it. I mean, that is a very shallow way of thinking, I understand. But if I wanna make a game company and I wanna be more successful, then I have to kind of think about that kind of stuff. So yeah, if I wanna invest a year or whatever into a project, then it has to have a bit of a return, I would say. What was the inspiration for Somos? That's a good idea. Good question. Ah, now I know. Nihiland. Yeah, Nihiland, basically. Because this was the final boss in Half-Life. So what I thought was, oh yeah, we also need to have a boss in Half-Quake, right? And then it was just the robot sitting in the center of the arena. And that's pretty much it, yeah. As for the evil smiley is just the evil smiley is just something that packaging and I used in chat. So whenever we were in ICQ talking to each other after school or whatever, the evil smiley is always how we communicated. Because we either used it during while talking to each other, or we also used it to say goodbye. I know it's very cringe, but that's usually the last thing that we wrote to each other every day. And then we used it in the game. Hey, I turned my rolling ball into a cube. Are you on board? I don't think it's that simple, but yeah, maybe. You can try remaking it task and then sell it, and if you're going to be a multi-millionaire, thumbs up to you. Just give me 10 euros. ESP is baked, but it could be reverse engineered to redo the lighting or use them in a different engine with dynamic lighting, so losing the light entities is a bummer. And now it's an emote. Exactly, yeah. A friend of mine, well, I wouldn't say a friend of mine, I don't know him that well, but the creator of Radiator, it rhymed, Radiator Yang, GitHub. He is, oh my god. What is his name on GitHub? No, Radiator is not a good thing to look for. Radiator Yang. Twitter, please. So this guy was creating a Half-Life 2 mod. Is that him? Yes, that's him. Robert Yang. This guy was making a Half-Life 2 mod. What is he working on? Tryhard, upcoming sports RPG. Oh, cool. DP class. Wait. He is working on a converter of BSP files. Almost there. Don't worry about the imagery. He's gay. Is there anything that talks about his converter or the links to his converter? That would be really cool. BSP? No. Roboting. Maybe that's his GitHub. Maybe that's his GitHub account. GitHub. Please. Ah, there it is. No, that's not him. There it is. Alright, so he's working on... There it is, Scopa. Now we're here. This is actually a Unity level design plugin that adds support for various Quake hardware source map file formats. So you can probably, in theory just use this and import map, RMF, VMF, JMF stuff. And then it generates the model for you. And I think he has figured out, or he was working on the lighting issues. I seem to remember. Ah, maybe it was the BSP importer. Wait a minute. It could have been the BSP importer. Which is actually public domain, which is really cool. But yeah, you can take a look at these two. I don't know. And then you come knocking on my door, suing me for all the money. No, I will not do that. You can just... Why would I do that? I mean, if you make a working version of this from the video, then and you put it on Steam, all power to you. Just credit me. You know what the login forms always say when you enter the password? Remember me. So whenever you do that and you make $1 million, just remember me. That's all I'm asking for. I don't care if you get rich off Earthquake or not. Alright, that was a really good run. I actually won. We haven't... Wait a minute, there's an error. Divide by 0. We have a division by 0 exception. Holy shit, when was that? When was that? I'm struggling so much with what I have right now. It will not happen soon. Alright. That's crazy. Get value for echo. It says... I can immediately see what the problem is. Ceil to int divided by this. So apparently get total slots with action material can be 0. That's true. So in that case, why has this never happened before? Why has this only happened once? That is interesting. Because of success change. Interesting. Okay. It has, yeah. If it has 0 total slots, you're correct. We need to do this in a variable. Slots with action material. Ah, I see. I see where the error occurred, probably because I had a card with only echo. Yeah. Alright, if slots with action material is 0, I'm gonna say it's smaller than 0 just in case. We are going to just return 0. Total spell damage in turn. I think that's fine, yeah. Cool, we found another bug. Wow. Let's see if it's still working and not broken. That's crazy. But hey, we did it. We found another bug. Stairway to Heaven vibes in the outro. Oh. I'm gonna test one more run with Invoker and see if the Echo is still working. Echo does the following. Increases Larkamur's total damage done by spells this turn. Alright. So let's see if that is still working. And then we can ship it. Let's do 0 damage. And then we have... Okay. Echo 7. Which means if I do damage now, it should increase by 6. Yeah. Okay. It's still working. Total action slots. Shouldn't that just return 1? No. I'm not sure where this got called. I should have kept the stacked with, but it's fine. Let's try it again. Let's try it with a spell with 2 action materia. Just to be sure. So if we have 7, 7. Actually, I'm just gonna put the same value here so we have a reference point. I'm going insane. Indeed. Indeed, Mr. Nameless. Back but still not home. Welcome back. Welcome back, victim. Did you visit Alice? I don't know why we said that. Echo. We are going to put a defender out, yes. And now... Okay, I'm gonna do 14 damage. 14 divided by 2 is 7, which means when I play this, I should have a spell with Impulse 14 and Impulse 14. Then it should be correct. Oh my god, I might be a programmer that is worth something. I'm just trying to get another bug. I'm going insane music, yes. And followed by Catty and Betty music. What a whiplash. Whoop whoop indeed. Wow. Alright. Maybe let's try Mercenary. I wanna see what it feels like nowadays. Bloodsucker should be fine. Let's try Mercenary. Gold Rush, what does that do? Increase attack by total gold gained this turn. Alright. I think I need to recruit. Seven. Okay, alright. One, not enough. Oh shit. That's what always happens. What about now? Oh, okay. There it is. I was thinking about changing in gold to just mark. Because then your gold amount is limited per run. Per fight. But I have not done so yet. I will probably do after launch. After the negative reviews will say that the game is imbalanced. As soon as you gain gold, you can just rob every store. That is not how you balance a game, my friend. I'm a game developer. I know how to make games. And this is not how it should be made. I'm just referencing that one negative review. All enemies. Yeah, let's go, please. I don't have to correct. I need more slots. Let's recruit something, please. Okay, never mind. Spell plate is overcharged, fair enough. Let's try it again. Gold Rush. Do not exile me. It worked. Cool. Let's beat the first boss, then I think I'm safe to publish it. I think then I can publish it. Let me see. I don't have anything to combine, no. No, let's do this. Have you tried playing more like in the end where once a bug occurred with too many opposite blessings? Oh, curses, yeah. I have fixed that. It was actually not because of the curses, because of the amount of curses. It was because one of the curses summoned a minion, and there was a weird constellation happening where it generated enemy with on death and all allies. Target all allies. And the problem with this is this is a bug I need to fix later. Wait. The problem with this was that I had disabled the following. Whenever you got the trigger on death, then there should be no defense Lacrima. And if you have target all allies, no offense Lacrima. So you can kind of see what happens. It checks if it has on death and cannot add any defense Lacrima. And then it checks if it has target all allies. It cannot add any offense Lacrima. So the program code was like, well, what the hell should I do then? What the hell should I do with this card? And this was an infinite loop. And this was the reason why it was soft locked. It crashed. Right? And so it was not actually because of the amount of curses. The amount of curses was completely fine. It was just because I added a rule in one of the updates where I thought that having anything positive on death is like, on death, Stone Skin. It doesn't make any sense because you're dead. Why would you cast Stone Skin on yourself? Right? And targeting all allies with Incinerate or whatever also doesn't make any sense. Because then it's like, are you drunk? So I added these two rules and it just did not realize that they would interfere against each other. Achtung, Sir Chirpy. Sir Chirpy is in chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't know, Sir Chirpy is the BAFTA winning creator of Shroud of Gloom. Of Shroud of Gloom, ladies and gentlemen. It's the it's a really cool horror game. You should definitely check it out if you like point and click adventures and atmospheric environments and atmospheres. It is really good. I honestly believe this will be one of the next horror hits. It's really cool. There's a lot of details in the scenes, really cool sound design, very nice sprites and art. Yeah, definitely check it out and leave a review and buy it when it's out. Also, if you're ever bored and because I'm not live streaming, then definitely check out Matt Chirpy's streams. Follow him right now, or else the earth will die. And then whenever I'm not live, just check out his stream. He's almost as entertaining as I am. Almost. But how is it going, Matt Chirpy? How are you? All jokes aside. How is it going? I take it. I'm just having a good day today. That's why I'm saying shit. I have a game that also says Gloom. What kind of wait? What? What kind of game that also has Gloom in the title? Because I would put that past Chirpy because he might have an opinion about that. You cannot just use Gloom now. Gloom might be trademarked, 50% trademarked. The game is called Into the Gloom, and my friend gifted it for me before Halloween ends. Ah, alright. Into the Gloom. I'm gonna take a look at this. I just know from the title it's not gonna be as good as Shard of Gloom. Because Into the Gloom sounds... No, see, it's only mostly positive. It's only most positive. Yeah, it looks actually cool. Actually not bad, you know what? No, not bad. But I would say Shroud of Gloom is better. There's another game called Shroom and Gloom. Are you serious? Oh my god. Dude, you know what? Shroom and Gloom. Oh. Yeah, I've seen the videos on social media about this. It's always about like, how did you achieve this perspective? And people are like, oh my god, have my like. Have all of my likes. Please, let me buy this game already. Going well, excited to get my new update out. Nice. When are you planning to do that? I'm planning to update my game today. Because I wanna see if anybody is playing it over the weekend and catching another bug that I can maybe fix before launch. And if there are no bugs, then this is the final push before launch. The game has inspirations. I'm scared and Amnesia the Dark Descent. Amnesia was pretty cool. Which is even funnier because people sometimes call my game Shroom of Gloom as a meme. Oh yeah, I get it. Hopefully today or this weekend. Nice. So it's an update day today for both of us. Maybe. But yeah, no, it's going in the right direction. We have actually found 2 bugs already this stream. One of them I did not fix because it's part of the UI and I don't want to touch the UI system at this point. I think you understand. I think you understand. But the other one was just happened like a few minutes ago. It was a division by 0. And I have not seen that before. Which is fairly scary, I would say, but you know, it is what it is. Will I sleep well the next few nights? I don't know. Probably not. I didn't sleep well the last night. And no, it was not because I ate too late. Renderpunk, where are you? Renderpunk, I actually decided to, you know, to take note of that when I eat and then when I go to sleep. And yesterday I ate at around 9:30 p.m. So, does that still count? Maybe it does. By the way, I would kind of know the engine that I think Into the Gloom used with GameMaker Studio. Oh, using GameMaker for a 3D game is always a kind of a cool thing, I guess. Kind of a flex. Both on my Game Jam entry and demo release, I had those moments towards the end where I'm too scared to touch any larger system. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know what the bug is? I will show you. The bug is basically that it is just really minuscule. I think it's not worth it. It's not worth touching or increasing my anxiety at this point. It is actually in the inventory when you have a card over here and you're clicking in the clear cards. So when you have this here, then the overlapping the gold icon in the background is actually overlapping until about here. So it's, if you want to click it here, you cannot do that. If you click here, you can do it. That is the bug. That is the issue. And I'm like, I see why it is happening. I understand, because if you see it in 3D, then you can clearly see that the box collider for the gold icon is actually in front of it. So here's the gold. There it is. There's the gold collider, and it is actually in front of this one. I kind of know how to fix it, but do I really want to play around deactivating UI stuff? Close the launch? No, I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. That's a little insane. So this is something for after launch, you know, where I'm like, everything has calmed down a little bit, and then I can sit with the bug a little bit and actually maybe do a little bit of a refactor, you know. Could actually be a good idea. Not the time to create new bugs. No, not the time. This is not the time. Because I would probably have to disable the entire UI in the background whenever I open the inventory. And then when I close the inventory, I have to make sure that the entire UI is enabled again. And this is like, my gut says, don't do it. My gut is saying, I want to sleep today. Do not open this kind of forms. No. We are not going to do that. And then we call it a feature. I mean, yeah, I mean, no. The letter T reminds me of Quake 3 Arena. Which one? This one? This one? Which T do you mean? But yeah, otherwise, dude, my sleep currently is not good. I don't know if it's because of the launch or it's because I keep eating late into the evening. Like Renderpunk theorized that it's because I eat after 9 p.m. I don't think that's it. I think it's just the launch. But then again, I wake up in the morning and I'm not actually stressed. I'm not actually anxious. It's just that I don't know. It's just a huge unknown. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Oh, I don't have any gold. Fair enough. Now I do. When you're developing, you see the block with the letter T. When I'm developing, I see the block with the letter T. You've lost me. Hey, welcome to the Scuffed Sleep Cloud. No way, you're having the same issue, or you had the same issue before launch of your demo? Letter T reminds me of Quake 3. I know what the Quake 3 logo looks like. I have it in my brain. So I'm not sure what you mean there. I'm not certain. But yesterday was an insane day. Yesterday I started work at 10 a.m. and I stopped working at around 8 p.m. And I didn't even work on a game. Nope. All I did was finish up the soundtrack. I don't even have it open anymore. That's all I did yesterday. I made a list. First of all, I listened to the entire soundtrack. Then I made a separate project for each track, each of the 12 tracks, and kind of mix it down for soundtrack purposes, if you know what I mean. And then listen to it again. Turns out the album lasts about an hour. So every time I was like, okay, let's listen to it again, I would start again, and like 1 hour later I would be like this. I guess it's okay. Make notes along the way. That is what I did yesterday. Yeah, it was fun. Not gonna lie. I've had it for like a year. I woke up just a few hours ago. Oh, amazing. not amazing. Hello Quenty, privet indeed. Holy moly, yeah, that's what you do when you wanna finish stuff, I guess. And now I'm sitting on a finished soundtrack. I can actually release it. I've actually updated the DLC on Steam. It is actually up to date now. I know, it's amazing, right? Here's the soundtrack. It has the correct soundtrack metadata. It has the correct credits. I'm looking forward to releasing this. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be in a bundle. So there's going to be a soundtrack edition of the game where you can buy the game and the soundtrack in the same bundle. I just keep accidentally working until like 3 or 4 a.m. How does the... Okay, you don't have to answer that, but what does Mischief think about that? Dr. Quenty, how's it going? Yeah, it's going well, you know. Also, we have ads. I'm just going to be right back. Give me a moment. Hold your llamas. The gods have brought us together to make me feel slightly better. The only reason you matter is the sound when your bones shatter. Understand that, but trying to flee, your feet get tangled up even more. The longer it takes to get killed by me, the harder it gets to turn off the show. Witness the strength I've been given, which I swore to be till it's proven. Oh, okay. That everyone is a believer, and that love. It got better when she moved in, but she's in England now, so I fell right back in the old habits. Yeah, I understand that. When my girlfriend, she lives in Vienna ever since she moved to Vienna. And at first, in our relationship, it was a long-distance relationship, which means we only saw each other on the weekends. So I was in Upper Austria and I traveled to Vienna every weekend. So during the week, I did exactly what you did. It's like at some point we said good night, but then it was never good night. It was Hammer time because the program to make Half-Life maps is called Hammer. Yeah, sometimes I would just also stay up until late into the night. Then in the next day when I had to go to school or whatever, or go to work, it's like, why am I feeling like this? Emperor of Death. What? Somos Sunrise boss battle? Yeah, what? She listens to Moonlight Sonata? Well, how do you know that? Or why do we ask this? The reason I'm suspicious is because I just made a new track for Faith in Despair, and I'm calling it Satan Sonata. And I actually played a version of Moonlight Sonata on my piano right there. It's tricky because I honestly think I'm both a night owl and a morning person, which is not great combination. No, it's not. Well, it's... You know what? I've never heard anybody say this before. I'm both a night owl and a morning person. But it totally makes sense. If you're a night owl, you also must be a morning person, because then you're up in the morning, right? It's just basic. It makes sense. It's my favorite piano. Whoa, you're going to like this. I like the first and the second movement. Okay, I'm gonna play this part for you. I'm gonna play it for you, what I did for Faith and Despair. It is this one. You're going to hear it faintly in the background. And the whole track is 9 minutes and 35 seconds. So at around 7 minutes, the Moonlight Sonata melody will occur. Stay until the end to hear it. I like waking up early, but I don't want to sleep early, so I just always lose no matter what. Oh my god. To be honest, when if I didn't have to go to school or to my job back then, I think I would have just been the exact same. I would have just worked until like 4 a.m, then sleep until like 10 a.m. or whatever, and then just keep working. I mean, there is a reason why I dropped out of school. Let's put it like this. There is a reason. Making Half-Life maps and music was just much more interesting. That's what it was. There is a certain... I think it's a... Yeah, maybe it is workaholic. I don't know. But it just felt so good to create stuff, to create music, and then sharing it with my friends, and school was just super boring compared to that. All right. I keep losing. I'm gonna play a normal healer run, and to see if there are any bugs, any final issues. This is a good one. So I was actually, when I played Shroud of Gloom, I was actually trying to play on the piano, because I know how to play the piano. But then it is so funny, because I can sit down on the piano and play for hours, right? I have made a whole piano album that is sorry about the flex, but it is a 40-minute piano album. So in theory, I can sit down and just play 40 minutes, okay? But the problem is, whenever I go somewhere and I see a piano standing around in public or whatever, and I'm like, oh, I can sit down and play my album, and then I'm like, my mind goes completely blank, and I'm like, wait a minute, where's all the information going? So you're done with bug fixes, and now just testing the game. Dr. Quenty, yes, indeed. We have actually found 2 bugs today. One of them I will not fix because it would touch the UI. I don't want to touch this. And the second one was a division by 0. You know, I split the atom. I fixed that. But yeah, I'm just testing the game today, and I want to see if there are any other bugs, and then I will push the build after the stream. Then we will see if there are any other error occurring over the weekend. But other than that, I think this might be the final push before launch. It wasn't work, it was passionaholic. I don't know. I think it was because I think I'm neurodivergent, okay? I don't have an official diagnosis, but I think I have, what is it called? Hyperfocus. When I focus on something like yesterday, I can just sit here and work and work and work and work. There's nothing that can I actually need to get it done. There is a drive in me that if I cannot get this done, then I'm actually not a good person to be around. I mean, it used to be much worse. That's not selling myself any, giving myself any good points here. But there is a certain part in my brain that needs to get things done. For example, the soundtrack yesterday, or the pushing a build today. This needs to happen, right? And so I feel like this is also a bit of a superpower. We talked about this in the beginning of the stream, that I'm actually super grateful about, because, you know, otherwise I probably wouldn't not be able to do stuff like this. Definitely became a bit of a workaholic, both due to enjoyment of what I do, but also the pressure of being the sole person responsible for getting the project to the finish line. Yes. I'm trying to see if I feel the same. The pressure of being the sole person responsible for getting the project to the finish line. That's an interesting one. I never thought about it this way. I don't think that's it for me, I guess. The only thing for me is that I see a finished project, and at some point I have to be like, okay, the project needs to be done now, and then I need to set myself a deadline like I did for November 12th. Because there's another part of my brain that is like, I cannot work on this forever. I'm not really starting to get bored of it, but a part of my brain also, it just needs to be done with the project, at least for now. But yeah, it is a weird thing. Is it a love-hate relationship? I don't know. But rather than that, than doing something I don't love. Yeah. That's a big deal. You know what? I'm gonna highlight this again. This is actually something that got really, really worse over the years as I got older. I'm 41 years old right now, and this feels like it got only worse as the years went on, because I've had a web development job where I was working 40 hours per week. And in theory, this was the perfect job for me, because I was doing stuff that I could do, that was within my abilities to do. It was always kind of something new, because web development is always super spicy, and you know, technology moves fast. But at some point, it really started to dawn on me that what I'm doing is not what I actually want to do. And that is really bad, because that is bad for your soul, that will lead to burnout. And at some point I just had to, I remember this moment clearly. I was sitting here on this desk, and I was in this shroud of gloom. And my wife just came into the room and she said, "You have to do something about this." And she said, "You know what? I just talked to a colleague." She talked to a colleague, and she also suggested to a colleague to try something. And now she said, maybe I should try something. Just try to reduce your hours. And that is when it started. I started reducing my hours to 30 hours per week. And I had one day, like one full Friday, to work on my stuff. And that was really the start of the landslide, so to speak. Same, I'm a very obsessive person when I get into stuff, yes. But I think that is a superpower. I know. I don't know. An example I often use is when I had a job before and I went on vacation. I had coworkers that picked up where I left off. So the machine of the company kept moving. Ah, that's what you mean. Yeah. And now it feels like taking the day off means pushing the release forward one day, if that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. I get that too. That is the anxiety that happens to you when you just want to sit down and enjoy playing a game. Yeah, that's no longer a thing. That's no longer a thing. I'm sorry. You cannot do that, Dave. What is currently the only way I can relax at the moment is just watching K variety shows or whatever. For example, currently we are watching Physical Asia, which is really, really cool. So this is what we're currently watching. This is what gets my mind off projects. Just, you know, people competition and fitness and stuff. Because this is also because I like going to the gym. So this is really motivating me to also keep going to the gym and stuff. But yeah, that is the only thing that keeps my mind off things. But if I just sit here and in the evening and not work on my game, I feel like I have to do something. I have to at least plan something for the next day. I have to at least plan some new content or whatever. Write a news entry, write a mailing list entry, prepare blog post. I don't know, work on clips for the social media websites. I don't know. The list is endless of what I can do with my time. And yeah, as I said, there's a problem, yeah. But with my game, I don't know. There's a certain pressure where I'm the only one responsible for all of the decisions, and sometimes I get feedback from many sources, you know, as you do as well, I guess. But sorting through the feedback and accepting the right amount of feedback from the right persons, that is sometimes still tripping me up. That is really, really, really difficult, especially if you get feedback from more and more experienced people, like from higher up the game dev chain, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, he's up there. I guess he knows what he's talking about. But then it's like, wait a minute, but he doesn't actually like card games, so maybe his feedback is valuable, but only applies to my game 20% as much. I don't know. So that is, I think, the most anxious I'm being with while making this game. Actually taking feedback and making sure that it's the right feedback for this game and not applying the wrong feedback. And there was a lot in the past 2 years. Because I went to Gamescom, there was actually a pitch meeting, a pitch meetup where we were fake pitching this game to a publisher. And he would give us feedback and stuff on the game and whatever, and the marketability and whatever. That taught me a lot, but it's also like one of the moments where, like, wait a minute, all of this feedback makes sense on paper, but I cannot really apply everything because my studies, my research from similar games, from reading Steam reviews and stuff, somehow conflicts with what feedback I'm getting from other game devs or whatever. So you really have to find the right balance there. It's difficult because feedback is so valuable, but you also need to look at the context and take everything with a grain of salt. Exactly. Testers might say one thing is an issue, but the root issue is something completely different. Yeah, that's another kind of worms. That's true. That's another kind of worms. Like when people said the game is too easy or the game is not balanced well, then it's like, well, you were in the tutorial. I know it doesn't explicitly say that you're in the tutorial, but you cannot judge the game based on the 2 first fights, you know. But then you're thinking, maybe I need to make it obvious that you're in the tutorial. Maybe you need to have a label that you're now entering tutorial land. Are you sure you want to do that? Or do you want to skip tutorial? But then you allow people to skip the tutorial, which means some people will skip the tutorial and then they write a review and saying, I don't know how to play this game. There should be a tutorial. Well, you skipped the tutorial. So at this point, I made the tutorial non-skippable and not really obvious that you're in the tutorial. I made it part of the game. Also feedback that you have to really understand and know what it's doing. But yeah, that's game development. I still love it. Game development is cool. Honestly, I cannot wait to see what what I'm gonna make next. That's really exciting. I try very hard not to make drastic changes because of one data point. Oh yeah. One tester told me I was lacking too much environmental clues to a certain thing, which could have made me change a bunch of stuff, but when I asked, then it turns out the speed ran through the game and skipped like half of the environmental clues. Yeah, it's that's so weird. I saw a oh shit. I saw a YouTube video. I hate it when it happens. Of somebody playing Phase in Despair. And it was the weirdest thing because they didn't read anything. They didn't read anything. They didn't read any of the tooltips. They didn't, move the mouse over the things, whatever. They just played cards, and then at some point they died. And it's like, yeah, I know why you died, because you didn't read anything. Like, well, that should be like me. What the heck am I supposed to do? Give me a hint or a tutorial? Yeah, exactly. But that one YouTuber, he played my game so fast, didn't read anything, and at the end he was giving like a feedback on the game, and he was like, oh yeah, I feel like I don't know exactly what I'm doing, and I think what was it? The controls or whatever need to be improved a little bit. And I was like, what is he talking about? And then I realized he was maybe talking about the fact that when he was in the inventory, he was just throwing shit around the inventory like this. I'm gonna show you. And I'm not saying anything bad about this person. It was just really interesting. Like, I always find it fascinating to see how people interact differently with the software that we're making. But he was doing this. He was throwing this just onto the card. He didn't actually care about where it landed. He just wanted to see if it landed on the card, and then it didn't work, and it just exited the inventory. And the other one was, he had one here, and then he threw a Lacrima on this side. He just let it go here. And I was like, yeah, but where do you want to put it? I can make a guess. Sure, I can make a guess. I can add a code that says if you let it go here, then it will probably land in one of these nearest slots. But I don't know. And yeah, that was a weird one. I was like, didn't think X and Y help you explain this? And they were like, oh no, I didn't look at those. Yeah, exactly. That's like, that's crazy. It is what it is. You know what? I still appreciate everything that happens along these lines, because sometimes even when you see something like this happen, then it's like, okay, do I want to support this this madness, like this absolute frantic, no reading kind of style? And there's still things that you can learn. Like every time a player like this praise upon your game, and it's still really valuable. And it's like, okay, I think I can do a few things to help him, but you also need to work with me a little bit. I mean, this is a game with text. I mean, there's text everywhere. Please just take a second and read it. But you know what's funny? You know what's funny? I checked out the other videos of this YouTuber, and he was bad in all of the other games as well. It's like, oh, it's not my game. It's really just him. Okay, fair enough. That was a bit of a relief, but yeah. Not mine, but another fun example is I skipped all of the dialogue in the game, and I must say that the game lacks story and depth. That is oh my god. Yeah, that is a big brain move. That is indeed a big brain move. And then it's like, okay, the developer will fight back and make the cutscenes unskippable, right? That's maybe what some people then decide to do. And that's a bit of an overcorrection because you cannot catch all of them. You know what? I think this is actually really looking badass. I'm gonna have to tell Lufo about this. I think this is actually looking really cool. Because I thought this was too dark, this card, but I think it is actually really cool. Let me just send my artist a screenshot to empower him and to make sure that he has motivation for the last 2 cards that he still has to make before launch. Let's motivate my... Oh my god. Bongo Cat, you are in the way, but it's fine. I still love you. No worries. Actually looks good in game. Cool. My artist is hopefully happy with that response. Yeah, it does look cool. I actually kind of like it. I really like it, not kind of. But yeah. I assume that, you know, so many people played Shroud of Gloom now on stream. I assume that you have seen a lot of stuff as well. Where it's like, why didn't you do that? It's right there. And then you're yelling at the screen and it's like, it's right there. I think, yeah, I can imagine that happening. Just open your eyes. But I feel like you're a relatively chill game dev, because you're actually then not only looking for a fault in the player, but also trying to make sure that the game, it's not the game's fault. Because I think I know people in my life who would just say, well, it's your fault then. It's not the game's fault. You know? So I think that speaks for you. The game you're making, it kind of reminds me of Hand of Fate 2 that my dad used to play on his PS4. You know, I actually know Hand of Fate. I've played the first one. It's really cool. Hand of Fate is a really cool game. Yeah, I can see it. Hand of Fate also was really dark and gloomy. I like it. No shame on the guy, because there were things that I improved later. But recently watched a guy play the demo, pick up an attic key, proceed to not ever read the name, and then tried it on every single door in the game except for the attic, and then he quit. It was I was in literal pain. I feel that so much, man. Oh, is that why you thought about... I think that's why you thought about showing the item name after picking it up, because then people know what it is immediately after picking it up, right? I think that is actually the solution. So I think you actually found the solution already, right? So you pick up the item, you see what you picked up immediately, like almost like this. I have a similar thing in here, like these two in the... Wait a minute. If I heal this, then it's like showing this these labels that come up. So it could be kind of like that, I guess. Oh, nice. Yeah. No, Hand of Fate is really cool. But yeah, you live and you learn. But then, on the other hand, you have game devs who are like, well, I will test my game a day before launch. It's fine. I'm like, no, you're not fine. You're not fine, my friend. He played the version before that. A surprising amount of people didn't bother reading item names before that. That's really interesting. So I guess they thought it was just a generic key that... because I feel like that is what other games do. They just give you a key and it works on all kinds of doors. It's just a key to a door. I guess that maybe was their thinking. I got a follow on Twitch since I have it. Oh yeah, please do. They only read it if they didn't recognize the sprite. Ah, but if they picked up a keycard, they just go, let me try it everywhere instead of reading the name. It is so funny how the human mind works. This is one of the best things about making games, to be honest. Human psychology. And actually just putting a game in front of them and then keeping my mouth shut and see what happens. I think this is one of the best feelings in the world. And then you're like, oh my god, this does not work at all. But then you find a solution, and in the next playtest, the problem is completely gone, and you're like, oh, I'm such a badass game developer. I'm such a badass. I have totally seen through the human psychology. You almost feel like a scientist. It's difficult to predict how people will react to the systems you make. Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to remember what one of the main problems with this game was. Usually what happened to this game is that some people said, yeah, what is this or what is that? And then I would just add a tip. Like there are like 9 tips that are vital to this game, and they get shown to you slowly over the course of the first run. And even then you have to make sure that there is enough RAM available currently in the brain. So you cannot show them 10 tips at once. You have to show them a tip, and then wait a little bit and let it digest, and then you can show the next tip. It is just so funny how it works. Dang it, the Wi-Fi didn't let me use Twitch. Oh no, I'll do it when I get home now. Okay. Thank you very much. But yeah, this is actually why I tried reading a bunch of psychology books. There's one where it says what is it called? This one, Thinking Fast and Slow. This is a really, really good book on psychology. Like how the brain works. What the hell is this page? Audible? Okay. Thinking Fast and Slow is a really cool book because it basically it says that you have 2 brains, system 1 and system 2, and one of them thinks fast and the other one is slow and whatever. But it is surprising how easily we can be manipulated. It is actually, I mean, maybe it's not surprising, but it is kind of scary. So yeah, this is one of the books that, and I have not finished reading that. It is so complex. I have not finished it yet, but I'm about to do it. It is only one of the books that I read about this topic. Basically, reaction versus mindful action. Reaction versus mindful action. You mean in response to feedback? Ah, you mean in terms of the brain systems. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Subconscious and conscious and stuff like that. Yeah. And then you understand advertising much better and stuff like that. It's crazy. Yeah. Game dev can really be a portal into the human psyche, and that can be actually a dark rabbit hole. Where I've stumbled into this rabbit hole. I read up on dopamine and stuff, and I came out on top of that, and after a few books on the topic. And you will face a little bit of a moral dilemma, because you're like, wait a minute, am I just manipulating people? It is really strange. Well, I have to hop off. I gotta do something else. See you, Mara, and it's good to see you again. It's good to see you, Max. Thanks for hanging out, and have a nice day. All right. Well, I'm just gonna finish this run. Hope that I will not find another division by 0, because we do not want to split the atom again today. It's enough for one day. I do have a lot of warnings here though. And I'm wondering, okay, now, all of these warnings are because of my debug outputs. I mean not warnings, I mean log errors. It's just log entries. But these only happen in the editor, so it's fine. The problem with log files is that they can fill up a user's hard drive. Recently, I had an error where it was just multiple errors per frame, and it was logged into the editor log. And then my laptop was slowly running out of space, and I'm like, what is happening? It does work, yes. It does work. And so I noticed that the editor log file of Unity has grown in one session to 20 gigabytes. So that is something to be aware of. Not scammed this time. No, I made sure that it works. Probably could be louder. You know what? I actually have a question for you. I don't know if you still have time, Matchappy, but how have you implemented it that whenever you go on a break, that you're displaying the clips? Is this like a cloud solution, or are you just loading clips from your hard drive? All right, Dr. Quanti, it was nice seeing you. Have a nice day. Thanks for stopping by. All right, one more boss. One more boss. And then it will be time for a push and time for me to get to the gym, because I really feel like going to the gym today. I really feel like doing that today. Just a browser source in OBS. Website that gives you a link to a video player with a collection of your clips. Oh. Can you link that to me in Discord? That would be interesting. That sounds really cool. I've looked into this and I have not stumbled upon this, so yeah. Thank you very much. Alright, Altar of Tears. The final Altar of Tears, and then it is time for push. Danke. I forgot how to say danke in Swedish. Danke väl. Danke väl, right? Something like that? Or just tank? Something like that. Tak. Ah. And there was a longer version as well, where it said tak väl or something like that. Alright, let's beat this boss. I really like this card. It's so interesting to me because I just saw the art and I was like, this is too dark. But the red highlights actually make it work. That's really cool. I'm gonna die again. No, I'm not gonna die. I refuse. I refuse to die. This might be close. This might be actually close. Takar, Tusentag. There is a few ways of doing it. Okay. Taximiket. Not Taxormiket. Because the E with the dot is O. Taxormiket. Is that correct? I miss Stockholm already. You know, when I returned from Stockholm, I was like, wait a minute, this was even better than Amsterdam. I actually enjoyed it even more than Amsterdam. Amsterdam was pretty cool, but Stockholm, man. Stockholm was the shit. Alright, I think we don't have any errors at the moment. No? That's really cool. All of the bugs have been squashed except one, where it's like the heart that I don't want to touch. Soundtrack is ready, tests have been successful. I think it is time, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's time. Or maybe the final push before launch. Maybe there will be another small bug fix. Oh yeah, actually I will have to do one more patch in case I get the 2 remaining art pieces. But in terms of bug fixes, yeah, I think that's it. Cool. Well, my browser is well, okay. Let's see. Is Chirpy online? Chirpy is not online yet. We can try raiding. Mega bedtime. Run daily. No. Game dev. Craft picks. Game dem J. That looks cool. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, I'm gonna raid this person. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me today. My next stream is going to be on Monday. Even closer to launch. And what does it sound like when it comes back? Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Thank you, Renderfang. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We are going to start raid. And I will... You know what? That was actually almost in sync with the music. That's crazy. Alright, I will see you on Monday. Have a nice weekend, everybody. Goodbye.